I've been thinking about you, how your voice shakes when you're lying, make everything about you, and I just be a smiling. But I'd still be here when we're in hard times, baby, just join in the fun. Running around, might lose my mind. The summer's only begun. I'll still be here when we're in hard times. Baby, just join in the fun. Running around, might lose my mind. The summer's only begun. I'll still be here when we're in hard times. Baby, just join in the fun. Running around, might lose my mind. The summer's only begun.
Yo, Dada. 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 Yo, hold on. Me and my bread back. That's what I put on the paper. After that was it, I was like,
All right, welcome to fl0m Mythical LAN, brought to you by Monster Energy. I am JRT, and by my side is Exner in person this time. It's going to be a lot of fun, I'd say, today with the action we've got going for you on the B stream. But how you feeling, Exner?
I couldn't ask for a better way to start off the year. So excited for this event here in Vegas. Looking forward to having a fantastic time of North American Counter-Strike. It's exactly what you asked for.
And we got some of the top teams here. We got NRG, we got M80 playing. Both teams are going to have on the B stream today. NRG facing off against Phoenix, and M80 going to be facing off against Regain. I feel like of the matches we have, those ones might be the ones that could end up being a little more lopsided. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, these are some of the opening matchups here. You're seeing some dominant teams and some teams that have fought hard to get into this position, right? So, I'm definitely with you. I'm expecting some good series from some of the favorites, but I think there's been times in the past where some of these players have been able to rise individually and kind of surprise us. So who knows?
I mean, let's talk about energy, because obviously there's a recent change that came to the roster. Zodic is no longer there. Apparently, he's got some businesses to run. That was his reason. Look, I don't know. Good for him, honestly, if he's got that going. It's just kind of a shame because he was playing so well with this NRG roster. Surprised, I think, both of us with how well he played.
Yeah, I mean, one of his businesses should have been Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
And maybe put a little bit more into that, but unfortunately, not the case. And fortunately for NRG, they still have OC ready to go and back in with a very familiar system here. Still an amazing piece of the puzzle, right?
Yeah.
When he left, I thought he had a lot of very positive moments, and I was kind of sad to see him go. And then now to see him come back into the roster, have this level of success out of the gates, showing that he's still with it. He's still putting in that work during that time that he was off. It's really cool to see him come back.
It is. And I think we were on the same page here when we were watching him in the Revival series. Like, we thought he was on the way up. We thought he was recovering and his form was coming back. And just when we're saying that, he gets cut. Not cut, but he got benched at the time, and then Zodic came in. So it was a bit of a surprise for me. And honestly, I wasn't shocked when I saw his numbers at Philadelphia, the previous one that just happened in Miami. I said, yeah, that's OC. That's what he was doing for them before he got benched. And I mean, for him, he said it felt like a vote of confidence for him to be brought back in once Zodic stepped away, and he felt good about that. But I think he had nothing to be ashamed of with the performance that he was putting in before they decided to make a change. It's one of those situations, I feel like, when NRG wasn't necessarily hitting the strides they needed to, so they made a change. But again, I felt it was only a matter of time when it would click with OC, and look what they just did. I mean, they won Frag Miami.
Yeah. I mean, that's a key detail, right? I think if you're talking about Nitro, who trusts a lot in his oppers right now, I think in this map pool specifically, we got it changing a little bit, but still he trusted so much in OC on this team during some of the RMRs that they were playing out, or MRQs at the time.
Yeah.
But there was so much focus on having OC thrive. And I think he was getting to that point. If he got confident, he could take over games super effectively. And that was a huge difference maker for NRG. And so I still want to see him be able to do that, bring that consistency, and bring him over what he did in Miami here to Vegas.
I agree. And I mean, if you look at the rest of the squad, honestly, in North America right now, I feel like this is one of the most threatening squads, if not the most threatening, because Sonic being added to the roster a little while ago, that was a big upgrade over Carson. And you have Bro and George, who are already looking incredible. Yeah. I mean, and Nitro, who can frag out when he needs to. He's a strong IGL in terms of mechanical performance. This is a squad that honestly could take it all here at fl0m Mythical LAN. The only one that comes to mind that could threaten is, of course, M80, but I don't necessarily feel like they've hit the stride that they were hoping for recently. Just anyway, like, I've got more stuff to talk about them. I don't want to yet because we're going to talk about them for the next match. But all that being said, I think NRG is looking like they're in prime form.
Yeah, I'm absolutely with you, right? I mean, again, you have Sonic, who I think is one of the most trustworthy pieces that you can add into this roster, and kind of understands pretty in-depth systems. Again, one of those players that's going to work really well with Nitro. And again, we kind of liked Carson as an individual player, just not the right fit for this team. So that's kind of what we talk about quite a bit with Sonic coming into this roster, is that he's just going to fit more of a moldable piece into Nitro's system. He still has that X factor. He still has that individual ability to take over games, as well as we've seen many times before. But having him into this roster is just a little easier, I'd imagine, to call around.
Yeah, no, Carson on Voca now, right? That's right. Yeah, I just want to make sure I wasn't crazy. I think that's a way better fit for him under Snav's system. I think Snav is like more of a, hey, do your thing kind of IGL, and that's what Carson, where he thrives. Anyway, we're not doing Voca today. We are doing NRG, and then Phoenix. We'll bring up their roster. We'll talk about this squad. They haven't played that much since I think December 16th was their last match, and we're trying to figure out who's going to be the permanent replacement for Wreckmeister. Right now, it looks like it'll be Redman. Obviously, there was some behind the scenes, or I don't even know if you want to call it behind the scenes. There was stuff that went on controversially for this squad, but we're not going to focus on that, purely on the talent that they've got. And I think that overall, if you're going to get a good match from Phoenix, J-Chance is one of those X factors that can come through and really do a lot of damage. We saw him in one of the NA Revival series. I think it was like 37, 38 frags that he dropped at one point. We're like, whoa, what's happening? He had a life game almost at that time.
It just feels like if he can conjure that up again and do that consistently, they definitely can be a lot more scary, because he did just take over a game, had a lot of great individual performances. It just felt like he was winning every clutch that he was put into. Yeah. So it was like, he's doing that versus some really good teams. And so again, it's about being able to replicate that success, bring that level of play here in and on the LAN. Maybe a little bit of a different environment for him, but I still think he has that potential for sure. So hoping to see him bring in that level of depth.
Yeah, and I think the reality is they have played each other a couple of times, and I don't think it's been close, if I recall correctly. Actually, not a couple of times, one time. And wait, I was thinking of something different. This is like from a while ago, though. It has to be. Yeah, March. Yeah. March 2025, the 24th and 25th. It was in ECL, and it was 19-16 on Dust 2 in favor of NRG, which they weren't even known as the same team at the time. It was like, look,
Bad News Capybaras.
Yeah, Bad News Capybaras. But I mean, at the same time, like, I don't think those results are even relevant to what we're seeing here today. Given the form and the change in the roster for NRG and everything that they've got, this is very much a heavily favored match in one direction. But we've seen things like this happen before, where you have these heavy favorites, and then the other team, the underdog, is able to come through with something. I just don't feel like NRG coming off their win at Frag Miami, doing as well as they did, OC slotting in like he's never been gone. Yeah, I have a tough time seeing a win coming through for Phoenix at this point.
Yeah, and I think one of the big benefits that I always highlighted with Phoenix was that they had such a stable roster. And while they still do have that core, you got J-Chance, you got MDS.
You lost Wreckmeister, though.
Right. And so I feel like that's kind of one of their big strengths, was that they were really building up a little bit of momentum, a little bit of steam. And now they have kind of had a shakeup, and how are they going to be able to bounce back off that here in 2026? That's going to be one of the big questions they've got to answer. Again, I'm really glad to see how long-standing that core has been.
Yep.
And continues to be with Gabe as well. But it is going to be one of those difficult, mountains to climb here heading into this year, and especially up against an opening opponent like NRG.
Absolutely. All right, let's check out the maps and see what maps we got going on in this veto. And I feel like looking at everything, I think we're going to get those posted in just a moment, folks. But looking at, there we go. I was going to say Nuke is probably going to be a pick for Phoenix just because it's their best map. Like that's the one that they've had the best performance on. I think they're 5-5. But the problem is, no matter which way you slice it, NRG has a very similar map pool. They play similar maps, and they're better at every single one. So that's the biggest problem that I think Phoenix are going to be facing, even though they get that pick on Nuke.
Yeah, I think I like the pick out of Phoenix so much on Nuke is because it plays into some of the win conditions of the team that they need to get activated, right?
Yeah.
So that's Jay Chance when he's able to get really confident, when he's playing smart Counter-Strike, and when he's winning those clutches, their Nuke becomes way better than some of their parts. And so that's what you're kind of gunning for here right now, is to have Jay Chance play at his tip-top shape and have a pop-off performance. And if he can do that, that's where this team is able to cause those upsets and put the pressure on some of the much better competition that they play.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look over on the other side for NRG, though, they've only lost to one team. It's 4-1 over the last 3 months, and it was Imperial, right? So that's considered a much higher level of competition than Phoenix are at right now. And then we got the pick of Inferno for NRG. This one makes sense because you look over at Phoenix, they don't like to play it. They're 1-2 on it. The struggles have been very real versus like 7-3, which is tied for top map on the side of NRG. And then we end up as a decider on Train. Like, this veto is very heavily leaning in one direction, I guess is my point, which kind of fits the narrative we were building up, that it feels like NRG are going to have the edge in this series.
It's just one of those tough matchups here. I mean, again, I like that Phoenix is kind of rocking with that 7-map pool.
Yeah.
That's always a big benefit to teams that are trying to rise up in the rankings and try and, catch something off guard. And I do think they have an opportunity to do that with Nuke, but you're having another challenge here where, again, I think your counterpart in OC is going to be able to take over on at least 2 out of the 3 maps pretty comfortably. You're looking at Nuke and you're looking at Train as a decider for him to really get off to a good start. I like that Train's a decider because at least you get a knife round to determine who's going to be playing out.
Yeah.
On that T side, that's a huge benefit as well.
I like that Train's a decider, period, because I love Train. And
we decided it's not going to be a map anymore.
Valve doesn't like Train.
I know.
Valve doesn't like Train,
It
folks.
just feels a little too short, in my opinion.
God, I'm so upset that Train is gone. Like I don't mind Anubis. I like Anubis as a map. I don't have a problem with it coming back, but not for Train. Take Mirage out, take Inferno out or something, man.
Do we know if it's Anubis with any changes, or is it
no one has confirmed anything?
Okay.
I think Sponge in the comments of the post that just happened 2 hours ago, like, what are the changes? Did you make any changes? And
I mean, that's usually what they do, right? They'll take it out of the map pool. They'll put a couple changes here and there, and then they'll put it back into the pool as hopefully a little bit of an adjustment that can change the way the map plays. Like you look at Dust 2 and what they did with that map, but Mirage, or rather Train, it didn't feel like it lasted long enough. Maybe.
Yeah.
I didn't love the fact that Train had so many dominant CT sides, and then you'd watch the half flip, and then all of a sudden you'd see another dominant CT side.
I think.
But in tier 1, I don't think that was as big of a problem.
No, I didn't feel like it was either. I mean, certainly you saw their moments when it happened, but I think that it just needed a few reworks, like in terms of like those little changes. They left Vertigo in for like, what was it, 2 years? I don't know what it was. It was so long, and they kept trying to they opened up the whole map. There was like a path from CT spawn all the way to B. Yeah. They did so much stuff with Vertigo. They loved Vertigo at Valve. And then Train's like, yeah, you get like 6 months and then you're gone. Like, what? Why not even try making change? Anyway, whatever. I'm a huge lover of Train, and to see it gone is sad, but at least we get a little bit more Train here throughout fl0m Mythical LAN. So that's the good thing.
Yeah. We get the last touches of Train.
Assuming we get there.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's going to happen in this series.
It's also one of those things where whenever I look at a map change, I look at how it's going to affect a region.
Yeah.
So when I saw Overpass came back into the pool, I know a lot of NA teams do take a liking to Overpass. South American teams not as good on Overpass, very good on Anubis. So it can kind of change and fluctuate the way that teams and regions kind of elevate or go down when a map pool change comes through. So it will be interesting to see, how NA does, because I know a lot of NA teams really liked Anubis. They had their ups, really high highs on Anubis, but also at times I feel like they lost kind of control of Anubis at some point, and that was right towards the tail end before before it got removed. I think NA got pretty bad on Anubis, so it just depends, really.
No, I agree with you. I think like European teams are starting to rise on Anubis, and it was the opposite for North American teams. I think North American teams were like really strong out of the gate. Like when Anubis was first introduced, it felt like they were really embracing it versus Europe that wasn't. And then it started to be embraced in the European side, and then it got cut from the whole rotation. But now it's back. So all you Anubis lovers, you get to see more Anubis soon. Yay. But I mean, look, I shouldn't be that negative about it. Again, I do like Anubis. I love the way it plays out. It's a map that can be T-sided, which we don't have a lot of in the pool. And I think overall, it delivers exciting Counter-Strike. And maybe that was lacking a little bit on Train because of the one-sidedness that we would see on CT side, like you were saying sometimes, but they just needed to make some changes to the A bomb site. And I feel like in the rework for Train, they did too much. They tried to be too creative in terms of the way they rebuilt that site. When it worked the way it was before, just needed maybe a few more, just a few tweaks, not as many as they made. Anyway, whatever. You guys seen the main venue here on stage? Who's playing? I think it's Voke up against Rave. That's playing on the main stage.
I think that's the first game. Yeah,
that's. Oh, there's Sempus.
We got Sempus.
He brought his own fridge.
Yeah, well, you can rent fridges in Vegas from the hotel. So renting the fridge, it is a funny concept, but whatever they can charge you for.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, at the same time, he has his own meal plan and everything. He's got to. I think what were we talking about? Like he's saying that needs to hit his macros or something.
Yeah, you gotta hit the 600 grams of protein every day.
I don't know, dude. I don't know how he does it. I don't know how he does it. Well, I guess he has that whole thing that he has to plan it out and bring all the food and buy it from Costco, and there's a whole routine for him. It's pretty wild, but
dedication.
It is. I appreciate it. He's looking great, so I can't fault him. But yeah, speaking of the Voca Rave match, we got too focused on Seven Star, but Voca Rave is going to be great. I think that matchup in itself will be potentially a 3-mapper. I know that Walco unfortunately couldn't make it out, so it's going to be Pluto playing for Rave instead of Walco. But at the same time, I don't know that necessarily. Obviously, I think Walco brings a lot in terms of his past IGL experience in terms of helping mid rounding and stuff like that. And I don't know if you're going to get the same thing from Pluto, but firepower wise, you should be fine. Like I think that's an even. Trade.
I think I mean, again, I think it is going to be a tough loss for Rave trying to get back into the swing of things. Just kind of an unfortunate circumstance there, but everyone's familiar with playing with Pluto, I feel like.
Yeah, so, I think every sub for every team.
It's a kind of a good situation there, and again, the stage setup is looking absolutely sweet. It's really cool to have this level of production, this level of kind of set up for an NA event. It feels big.
I've been at NA events before. This is the top best one I've seen, honestly, in terms of the setup, in terms of everything. It's absolutely phenomenal. Feels like a tier 1 LAN, honestly, the room setups and everything for the players. You guys can see it on your screens. The stage setup, it's fantastic. So we're enjoying it a lot. We hope you guys will too once we get underway here. It looks like NRG are in the server, so everyone's getting ready to go. All right. Apparently, we're just having some issues with HLTV. So that's I'm guessing that's just because we got to get the updates going and everything. But that's normal. That will get resolved quickly. I doubt it'll be long before we're into the action here, folks. But yeah, looking at NRG again, the team that we expect to be the favorites. It's hard. I think we have this problem every single time we cast NRG is picking the top player. I remember in the NA Revival series, we're like, who do we look at? Who do we focus on?
I think you can look at all four, and I feel like at some points it kind of depends on what maps they're playing, and that can kind of determine how things are going to shape up. But again, for a veto like this, you're still looking at OC, you're still looking at him to have these big moments, and especially on a start like CT side of Nuke, you can just kind of dictate the pace. If he starts off confident, that's going to lead throughout the whole series. So that's kind of a key detail here for NRG. I mean, it's a cool kind of start to the year for them as well with that Miami win. They get to go in towards making it into Krakow, which is a huge detail for this team. I think they needed the Miami win to make it into Krakow as well. They did. So the fact that they were able to accomplish that just sets the tone for how 2026 is going to look. You couldn't ask for a better start than that in terms of being able to qualify for such a massive event like that, and then heading into this Vegas LAN off the back of the high of winning out on towards the Miami LAN. It just feels like they can start to parlay that success.
Yeah, and I mean, beating Gamer Legion, beating Nine, they beat some good teams. They beat tier 2 European teams, which can be considered tier 1 in North America, right? So I'm impressed. And I think that what's even more exciting for North America right now is we are competing on a more consistent level with the European squads that have been coming over and playing at the frags and playing at these types of events. So that's really encouraging, even at the major, seeing some wins come through, even though I feel like at the major, speaking of that for NRG, that was a letdown, right? Because you start off 2-0 in stage 1, you're looking like you're going to have the win, even though Nitro couldn't make it, that you have your coach subbing in, Dabs coming in, and then just unfortunately couldn't come out with the win in the BO3. And I think that was a bit disappointing for them. But off of that, they built up that win in Miami.
Yeah, I mean that's a key detail, right? You want to you look at what like Legacy did last year and being able, or yeah, last year and being able to just boost up in the rankings so much, and you're like, okay, if they can just make the next stage, that's going to be more VRS, and it kind of felt like a missed opportunity when they were 2-0. Although you head into that event with zero expectations, they had the coach.
Oh, great, yeah.
And so it's like not the pressure applied for what you would think a major should be, and they still, I think, did a great job in getting a couple of best of one wins. It's just again, but they kind of recovered. They course corrected very quickly, even though they had to make a snappy adjustment in terms of bringing OC back, and that quick recovery means now that they still get to have opportunities to rise in the VRS and become a mainstay.
I mean, going straight to a LAN like Krakow, it's like, that's crazy. Like, that's amazing for NRG to get that experience, and OC's no stranger to it. I mean, he's been at LAN events before, and I think that he'll be able to prop them up really well. I'm honestly generally really excited for OC, because I feel like he had to sit on the bench for a long time, and he didn't get a chance to play competitively. But like you said, he put the work in. You can tell he did not miss a beat at all in Miami, and looked like the player we expected him to be. And I would say maybe even more so, right? Like, I think he stepped up to a level that some people didn't expect him to do. Like, I think sitting at I think in Miami he had like a 1.19 or maybe even higher, like 1.2 rating in that vicinity. Actually third on the team, because Bro and George were popping off even more. But that doesn't matter, because you expect Bro and George to play well on the rifle. It just need OC to do his job with the op, and I think he did that and more.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's just cool to see. Again, you look at after NRG what would have been some of his options, and there's still a lot of good operators that are playing right now in North America that don't really want to make adjustments, and so he was just kind of not playing competitively for a little while. And so seeing him get back into the swing of things and get this opportunity, like you said, it's just a new leaf. It's a little bit of time to reset mentally and get the focus on your game. And if you're able to start off like this, it feels like you can continue to go up.
Yeah, no question. All right, we're almost ready to go here, guys. So we'll stop yapping soon, I promise. But we got to wait to jump into the server. Oh, we are waiting on players now. We got an update. Yeah, I told you guys, it wasn't gonna be long. Players are gonna be ready here, and we are gonna get going. Predictions, I guess. Let's try it now. We already kind of said it.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick with NRG 2-0. I mean, again, I like the Phoenix core. I think that they've got some potential. It's just about being able to get some of the key players popping off. I just don't think that's gonna happen versus NRG in their current form, though.
Yeah, I want to be devil's advocate, but I can't. I got to be honest with you guys. 2-0 NRG. I don't see it happening any other way. I would be surprised if Phoenix are able to get more than 5 rounds on any of the 2 maps. Like, I'm not trying to be harsh here, but that's my brutal prediction.
Yeah.
I would be happy to be wrong. I'd be happy that if they were competitive and they can take a map and push this to 3 maps, that would be awesome. But I just can't see a path where that's going to happen with the form that NRG has. And we can't forget, it's not just NRG winning an event. They won a LAN event. This is not an online event, and they're going right to a LAN event again. I think that they're not going to have that. Sometimes you have the differences between lag compensation, things like that, compared to playing on LAN. They don't have that. They've just been playing on LAN and haven't really had to worry about making an adjustment from online tournament play to LAN play. So I think that's even more of a disadvantage, unfortunately, for Phoenix.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree, right? I think that recent experience here, you look at like, okay, maybe you're starting off the year, it's a little bit clunky or awkward to start off when you're going straight onto our LAN, but having that opportunity to warm up in Miami is such a huge
against good teams
to the year, and it kind of just continues your circuit into what is kind of a jam-packed schedule, because not only are they here in Vegas, but they're going to be at Blast as well thereafter, and then of course Krakow. So that they've got a crazy start to the year, and so it's just going to be nonstop LAN Counter-Strike for NA team. And I think that again is kind of a statement to where they're positioned in the VRS and how they can continue to climb with that position.
Yeah, I mean, the VRS is looking fantastic for them now. I mean, I think they leapfrogged above M80 at this point. So yeah, they're looking very, very strong. And I think M80 is going to be the team that wants to come out with the win here to get some VRS points, because they are starting to struggle a little bit more than would be expected. And I mean, I guess we'll do a bit of a teaser on the M80 squad, because I really want to talk about them.
Yeah.
I feel like, honestly, M80, the move to remove Hex felt confusing to me because I felt like they were a team that was on the rise, even though they had some struggles at the major. They played really well overall. Like they had I think it was 2-3 mappers that were very, very close. Like it could have gone either way. And it just so happened they couldn't get across the finish line. And I mean, look, they picked up JBA. I love JBA as a player. I think he deserves a spot on a North American team. I just feel like now you have two players who are supposed to be in star roles on one squad in JBA and Lake. So I think there's going to be some clashing there. And I mean, obviously we're going to talk about it again once we get that M80 match, but that's my concern, honestly. And I think you kind of saw it in the stats that they had. They weren't great. It just felt like they couldn't figure out how to position them and put them in roles that they thrive in.
It's going to be a difficult job, that's for sure. I think that's going to be, one of their biggest challenges to try and overcome here throughout this year is to try and figure out how they make these two players mesh and how effectively they can do that. I do have high hopes that they can make it work, whether that's, asking for one of the two to be a little bit more sacrificial. But like you said, it's going to be one of those things where you just have to, work it out. And I think over time, you're going to get better. It's just when you make those sort of roster changes, I do think you hope to be able to succeed out of the gates like an NRG did with OC and have a little bit of success, maybe a small honeymoon period, something like that. And that just isn't a luxury that M80 have right now.
Okay, I have a question for you.
What's that?
If you had to pick any other team, not M80 or NRG, who would it be that could have an upset here and win?
I feel, like Voca on LAN, I think they're always super threatening. I think they could be a big, entertaining, run for them. They might be one of my teams. Marsborn as well, pretty scary, but I would say Voca probably.
I'm with you. I'm kind of with you on the Voca and Marsborn. Even Rave could come through, but without Walco, I think like not having your core there or not having your full starting five could be a bit of an issue. But definitely,
I'm talking on the mic, so maybe they'll hear me and be like, "Oh, hit the mute button."
For sure.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be interesting to see if we can see much out of Voca, right? I mean, we're looking at this team having to really be able to succeed and bring in some energy out of their full
boys.
force.
Just be ice cold, all right? Be ice cold.
There we go. I mean, I'm really interested to see.
Guys, there's some stuff going on.
There was some action going on. I don't know if that was in the server or what. But yeah, I have high hopes for Voca. I think they're just in an interesting position where LAN performances, I think, give them a big boost. It is going to be tough to upset these teams consistently, especially with that lower bracket that you have. It's not, the stakes of like, say, a Revival Cup where it's, you get hot in one best of three, you can knock out a really tough opponent, and then you can kind of lead into that success into a grand finals. You have extra chances here, and that's what I definitely like the double elimination bracket for that reason. But it's going to be a tough ask for sure.
Yeah, still, I think even with that, it's going to be difficult. But I think that they've got the pieces firepower wise, like ignoring all the sideshow stuff that happens with Voca at certain times. Like these guys are really good at Counter-Strike, and Snav's a really good caller. So I mean, overall, I've been impressed with them, and I agree with you. Like they could absolutely make a run. I think Marsborn is like that crazy out there pick to win it. If like Sixy plays out of his mind, he can call really well and get that team going in the right direction. Like they could pop off and do and impress us, but like that's more out there to me than necessarily Voca coming through and having a chance, just because that core, that's Shane, Snav, and all that have been together for so long, and Dia have been together for so long that they really do have that experience under their belts that I feel like they could come through and really challenge here. And I also think that they're not really being looked at. I think everyone's looking at M80, everyone's looking at NRG, and Voca is kind of in the background right now, which could be their advantage. Anyway, we are going live now into the server. It is Phoenix up against NRG, map number 1 on Nuke.
Here we are, and exciting stuff here, ready to play out on Nuke. We're going to see if NRG can get off to a nice start on the pistol. We've got a little bit of execute lined up with some utility on the Phoenix side, an HE and a Molly ready to go. Opening up that squeaky door out of the gates and tossing in a Molly towards Mini. So early util put on to play while the default's looking pretty standard here from Phoenix. But they're trying to kick up the pace and move in towards Mini. And they've already got some action here.
Yeah, Bro is going to trade it out with MDS. So now we've got a 3v2 and just We got a different sub in than we expected. Is actually Valtorok that's going to be playing with the rest of the squad. So that I think he played with them before, right?
He played a revival series.
Yeah.
He played 2 maps and it didn't really look amazing, but we'll see what he can bring on LAN.
That's like not sugarcoating it at all here from Cole. Didn't look amazing. Anyway, yeah, we'll see if it's better on LAN for sure. J Chance gets a nice headshot on Bro, but Nitro and Gabe go back and forth here. 2v2. Phoenix trying to take the pistol round. Moving up is OC. He's got a good position against MDS, but MDS intelligently backs off here. Goes towards the site, tries to get the defusal, and it's not going to happen. OC the trade immediately. OC's got to get this bomb. I don't think he's going to have time. Valtorok looking to clutch it out, and Valtorok will take it. OC falls. Phoenix get the first.
Nice start on the pistol right there, and Valtorok already able to show with a little bit more sample size what he can bring to the server there. Again, only played in 2 maps. It was a very quick series, so we didn't get the full look at what he can bring for this team, but seeing what he can do now on the pistol, winning out a clutch, playing some smart Counter-Strike there by delaying as long as possible. And we do get a pause here, maybe a quick reset on Sonic, but all should be well. And we are looking like a force buy out of NRG as well.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I mean, we've talked about this so much in terms of the MR12 meta right now, and like whether we're going into force buys or not on those second rounds. And, more often than not, we are seeing teams favor that force buy, especially on CT side, because they can get those MP9s up, they can get some nice pistols. And we've seen so many victories come through in these types of situations that you can't really blame players that technically starting to play the percentages now. It's no longer really a risk. It's more like, okay, forcing up kind of makes sense.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's so deadly, and I think it's again one of those things that can be very map dependent. It's if you force buy in round 2, look at your first gun round, you need utility, you need to have an AWP, something like that, and that's kind of the luxury on CT side force buys that I see. I think it just makes a lot more sense in terms of structuring your opportunity to win not only in the force buy round but also win when you get those guns back out again. So that's I'll always be a fan of force buys and doing that on the CT side especially.
Yeah, I mean, definitely on MR15, I didn't like it, but it's a different, entirely different game. Well, not different game, but different meta.
Yeah.
In terms of MR12 versus MR15, especially with the recent economy changes. I think the economy is actually, speaking of which, in a really good place right now with what they did in terms of getting money for every frag for the CTs, where you can get that bonus of $250 per round if you kill all the Ts. So for me, I definitely feel like they did a good job on Valve's end. Does it need to be tweaked more? Maybe, it's possible, but I don't necessarily see that glaring problem anymore that we had with the CT economy before, especially since it really does add up. $250 for 5 rounds in a row ends up being, let me do my math, $1250, right? So
it's just one of those things where you win 5 rounds in a row and
you have that cushion,
3 players
right?
survive, and then somehow you'd find yourself on an eco with a round loss because you're rebuying and all those details. But I think it's in a much better spot, and I like the idea of these small changes that Valve do to the economy. It's something that's mentioned quite a bit, but you go all in on a economy change, the ramifications can be a lot more than what you expect. So I think they found a really good solution to it.
All right, and we're back into the swing of things here. Round number 2, as mentioned, the force buy is on for NRG. MP9, a scout for OC, and the rest have pistols. Nitro, opportunity at a first, can't get it. Honest jumping around with that MAC-10, riddling him with bullets. Now Sonic and Bro are under a lot of pressure. Bro is gone. Gabe spots Sonic looking the wrong way, and this A side has been overloaded.
That's such a patient execute right there. I mean, Phoenix really waiting for all their utility and pieces to be in play before they finally make the move. Some smart jumping around the corner there with a MAC-10 from Honest to avoid what is so scary about these ecos, and that's getting one tap by a 5.7 and your round being over. So avoiding a lot of the risk taking there and just going in on a pretty simple standard execution works to perfection. Phoenix going to be able to survive the force buy. We're going to see a save attempt here from OC. He might have a tough time though. They continue to chase him down. 3 players hunting. Now he's tagged down low. Can't get the shots rattled off there, so it's only going to be the 5.7 of George.
George will save that 5.7, but certainly they wanted the scout to be able to help out in that following round. That really does hamper them in terms of firepower into round number 3, but now they're just going to have to settle for whatever they've got, which is that 5.7, and then no one is going to invest maybe a little bit of utility, but no more than that, because NRG want to have a proper buy-up, which, I mean, honestly, for me, these first 3 rounds, not necessarily an indicator of how this match is going to go. It's really once the rifles come out that we'll see if Phoenix can bring it to the table.
Yeah, I mean, let's see in the first gun round rolls out what they can bring to the table. It's going to be the big difference maker, but see what they have in store. Like the utility usage right now, getting the 5-7 out, trying to delay as long as possible. There's Nitro rocking up close and personal as well. We'll see if they can try and apply any damage. There's nobody playing out and towards the ramp side, so they're really stacking and gambling on an all-in A play. It doesn't seem to be the case right now, and Phoenix just waiting for some action here first.
Nitro swings around, almost spots someone. He might have actually spotted Valtrox. Certainly he was seen. And now they're aware of the possibility of a stack towards the A site, so immediately Phoenix are readjusting their approach and heading into B. So this one is probably over. You do see the rotation coming through from NRG towards that B site, and they do get there before the bomb arrives. But you have to imagine there's only so much they can do with those pistols. Yeah.
Some leverage there and use the max to take them down. The full-on stack that's going on. And towards lower, getting torn to pieces. Everyone getting their kills. And again, showing a lot of patience here on the Phoenix side. There's no rush to get those numbers punched in. Super diligent about how they clear out these angles. They're systematic right now. And if there's ever a way that you can kind of set the tone, it's by looking like this on anti-egos and enforced buys. Because you let those slip, that is the easiest way to kind of let the map slip away from favored teams. And so that's how you have to play it right now for Phoenix, showing some real success. Now is going to be the big challenge here. NRG getting those guns out, all the tools available, and we'll see if they can put up the resistance.
Yeah, and I think like a win condition for Phoenix in general is coming out with Nuke, right? If you don't get Nuke, then you're going on to Inferno, which has been really difficult for you. Maybe if you get to Train, you'll have a better chance there. But yeah, they have to come out with a win on this map, and good for them to get 3 rounds under their belt on T side to boot to kick things off. But now NRG have got the guns out. They got all the firepower and the utility they could want to try and challenge here and get a round on the board for themselves. Sonic to block that smoke as well is going to create a lot of headaches for Phoenix.
Oh, perfect gap right there for them to just try and make some leverage on in. Making it really difficult to cross in towards that outer yard, apply pressure on towards Secret. Those aren't really options that they have right now, but scaling into a fast A execute Nitro solo up top, only good for one, and then the Mac continue to tear through. They put a quick player Sonic, a couple of kills of his own. And now just a 1v2 here for J-Chance. Wow. He's been good in the clutch, but he's going to have to do it again.
That was a nice shot from OC onto Valtrox, through the wall into me, leaves J-Chance. Isolated, hits the late shot on J-Chance, and George comes out right at that moment, knowing that J-Chance is fully focused on OC, goes in from heaven, and gets the killing blow. Wonderful play there by NRG, and OC in particular, the positioning in a tough round, right? Down to a 2v2, gets the important one on Valtrox, and then attracts the attention of J-Chance as well. And a perfect moment for George to pop around that corner.
Yeah, really well coordinated on that defense, despite a couple of great entries that those backed in. Some good trades as well, but not having that mini smoke, I think, a key detail there. Just felt like a piece missing, and then they got picked apart because of it. That was a bonus. They did some decent damage. Now you get the full gun rounds out for the T side as well. And an out of the gates for J-Chance as well. A guy that likes to go for a lot of opening duels, make plays happen, trying to look in towards ramp and create some space for his squad. Right now met by some utility here, having to deal with a very, very patient anchor here in George.
George can be exceptionally potent from this position. Trying to thread the needle a little bit. That was more of an info angle than anything else. He pulls out the Molotov. He was going to throw it, but thought he didn't have time, so he backs off here. Giving up the space, but gets the intel.
Yeah, breaking that glass as well, just kind of giving himself more opportunities to position himself. And, you know, again, that allows for Bro to be an element of surprise. He can snake in some kills, and then you don't expect George to be tucked in. So trying to create a little bit of an illusion here on the lower bomb site. And Phoenix showing a little bit more patience. Again, been willing to do this, hit the pause button during these executes, and wait things out. They're actually getting some re-aggression here over towards the ramp side. MDS is prepared for it. That patience pays off in a big way.
Wow.
And the kills come tumbling down. 3 frags in quick succession. You got a somewhat of a retake attempt, but I don't know how much they're going to commit to this.
That is insane. So well played from Phoenix. You talked about it, the patience so far. They haven't tried to force anything. They're just poking around, seeing what they can find on their T side. And then once they kind of get a feel for where Energy are going to go, they execute in perfect unison and get George, OC, and Bro almost at exactly the same time, leaving Sonics and Nitro with absolutely no choice but to save. They might not be able to do that. Sonic does win the fight against Honest, although his position is exposed. I doubt that Phoenix wanted to chase too much, but okay. Nitro went for a fight there. Gabe wins it, so it will only be Sonic saving the A1S into the next round. And let's not forget, they haven't had a chance to really build up that economy because they lost three of their three players in the previous round.
We'll see what they do here. I would expect kind of an NRG timeout. Just looking at the build of that round, and you're kind of talking about giving over that ramp space, trying to reclaim it, and I don't think it was completely haphazard, but you have so much presence waiting for you in that ramp side. And so now you're seeing this timeout come through, and you got to say, okay, if they're taking ramp control with the amount of presence that George did kind of spot out, you're hearing a lot of these rotations come through. You spot out a lot of presence in ramp. You're going to want to try and press the extremity. You're going to want to push towards outer yard. You're going to maybe want to try and get some lobby aggression. But most of all, you just kind of want to beckon them into the bomb site because reclaiming ramp is a very hard thing to do through those two, single choke points. And that's not really something I was expecting out of NRG. Just going for a little bit of risk taking that did not pan out.
No, and didn't need to, right? They could have been a little more passive in their play, and I mean, instead going for that retake really did do them in a really tough way. So now Phoenix have proven themselves here. They got that fourth round. They made it tough for NRG's one-round victory as well. They got frags in there, and they were competitive. So overall, I'm surprised to be saying this at this stage, but Phoenix have looked like the better team compared to NRG in the early moments of Nuke. We're 6 rounds in. We'll see if NRG can do it with just the saved AK and then shotgun that's bought up. Oh, there's that saved AK spamming through the smoke onto MDS. 5v4 just like that.
I mean, that's just perfect right there. You need a little bit of good fortune. Getting that smoke spam kill out of the gates is a huge start. Dealing with MDS as well. He's so potent on taking that space in towards Secret, lurking about towards that outer yard. So now they're starting to look for picks back in return here. And in a 4v5, you got some recycled smokes. This defense is well set up to deal with the further pressure here. Gabe flying through the outer yard. Trying to find some more ground here to take over. And they might have just found the vulnerability here in what NRG have rotated off of. We're now looking back into it, but it's just a USP, and Heaven's very vulnerable.
.42 seconds left on the clock. Phoenix explode outwards, but the pistol will ring true here for George. Gabe gets a couple, but it's still a 3v3. Now Volturok will strike true, but there's the USP from OC. Gabe's gone, grabs the op, takes a shot, but he doesn't even need to get the kill. It's Bro who does it onto Honest. Volturok, last one standing, 13 HP, 21 seconds. Bomb has to be recovered. And Volturok, I don't think he can do this. It's too difficult. 15 seconds left. They're tucking around corners. He does manage to grab the bomb, which is actually crazy. He could make his way back into the A site. Will he do it? No, he won't. NRG win on the eco.
Just off the back of that one kill and a great collapse towards that outer yard right there. They're able to recover that space, and in the 4v5, you just set so much pressure to force moves out of Phoenix. So finally, they're not able to play with that patience that they're hoping for because they don't get that level of aggression that they're expecting out of NRG. Working out to perfection, being able to deal with the pressure there. And again, as we said, big win condition here for this Phoenix team is being able to deal with rounds like that. A little bit unfortunate on that opening pick on the MDS. It sets them into plan B, and that's going to be the difficulty here. But plan A is rushing A right now, and MDS is already through the utility. Not so fortunate to get the kills, though. Bro knocks down 2. He's found himself another there. This round is done and dusted. Gabe up, last man standing, doesn't last long. And Bro with the 4K, looking for statements off the back of the timeout. NRG win 2.
I want to circle back to the point you made before about losing eco rounds or anti-ecos up against strong teams, right? You said you can't let it happen. It looks strong so far for Phoenix, but then disaster strikes, right? The eco round victory, the one saved AK for NRG. They get the round victory. Phoenix can't collect themselves enough. And then off of that dominant round from Bro, who was pretty quiet up to this point, gets a nice little 3K. And now Phoenix are looking at a save. So it's it's tough, right? It's very quick that things can shift in the other direction.
Yeah, this NRG team is so confidence-based here.
Yeah.
And You get a couple of good rounds out of an individual. That can allow for a takeover, but MDS does what he needs to do. A little bit of revenge on his opening death last time around. Gets the first kill. And that's Bro sidelined here. And they start clawing back here with a hero AK of their own right now. 4v5. Oh my god. Almost finding George through the smoke. And that squeaky door looking like the next prong of approach here. Still ready on standby. Nitro goes in next. And the draw out of attention here is all over the place. But Gabe sends a eagle shot in. And another one into the heavens. That'll knock down OC here. It's just George left standing. 1v2. Can he close out a clutch for his squad?
Oh, it's going to be difficult. 53 seconds left. Bomb does need to be recovered here on the side of Phoenix. That's the one disadvantage. I don't know if there's the awareness from George that it's down. Well, no, it doesn't matter. Gabe's got it.
Ooh.
And George has gone the wrong way. Phoenix looks like they're going to plant on the A site. George has the incorrect read, and there's a nade that's going to just sail into the void. So that's one good thing for George, and it gives me information. They're still looking up towards heaven, still expecting it. Now they don't! Perfect movement from George, perfect time to come out. He gets J-Chance, flashbang toss, pops around the corner, and George with a masterful 1v2 will take a 4th round.
That's just pretty right there. That util usage is so perfect. Just giving him a little bit of contact and forcing him to keep his eyes exactly where that flash is going to pop. Hide back and retreat, wait for that flashbang to go. And then he'll fully commit. That's just smart Counter-Strike right there. And George gets the round off the back of it, saving his team the worries of a hero AK round and a huge response from MDS.
Wow, that is wild, honestly. And it's great to see Phoenix competing so closely at this point, right? Like, we've had pretty much every single round come down to the wire, except for that Bro 3K round. That was after the Eco round victory. So that is the good news. The bad news is they had a 4-1 lead that is now evaporated, and now it's tied at 4-4 with NRG kind of taking control of the momentum. AKs are out again. AWP as well. J-Chance looking for a peek here. Rattles off a shot, but it goes by the wayside. Doesn't connect with anything. And now they're going to just poke their heads around and see what they can find over in Trophy. But the smoke for the time being is guising off visibility.
Phoenix have been able to get away with their plan A. I feel like they've been looking exceptional at locking down some of these positions. So we'll see if they can try and find themselves in good positions and create some control in the map. You know, if you look at them getting down in towards ramp and taking that ramp control over, it's been a huge difference maker in how the rest play out. It forces energy into these uncomfortable positions, so that's what they're gunning for, and they've been able to do it in those rounds that they've been winning. But again, that timeout comes through from NRG. You start to see a switch up in how they control the map, that they're not giving over the space as easily. A second volley of utility goes in towards that outer yard, and with 40 seconds left, you're just starting to try and make your campaign maybe in a mini split right now by how they're lined up.
Sonic spam through the smoke, yeah. Almost on the right point, but look at that MDS again! Another opener! Gets Sonic, slips through that smoke, and Sonic didn't realize that was a possibility in the moment. Now they'll be able to get down secret, they can overwhelm the B site. There needs to be a response from NRG, and OC gets caught in a bad angle. Voltarok and MDS surrounding him. He is out of the picture as well. Bro catches them looking the wrong way towards Decon, but in the end, the response is good from Phoenix. They've got a 3v1, and only Captain America left standing. Will he shine or not? Well, the answer was given pretty quickly. He does not. Onyx will get the headshot, and it will be Phoenix retaking the lead.
Again, I mean, able to get some very patient stuff put out of that default. That second volley of smoke, and honestly, again, a lot of credit to MDS and what he does and lurking about towards that outer yard. How he made that play pushing through the smoke. That's great, of course. You know, you'll take that, a free opening pick with the player's back turned. But he follows that up with a pressure in towards Hell while 3 players are rolling down towards that lower bomb site. And there's just no rotation at all from NRG to stop them from getting those numbers punched in towards that B bomb site. That's all the difference, is that next step that MDS does and really securing that round. Able to help out his team to get back on the board.
Yeah, I mean, the last 2 rounds, he's had openers that have really created a lot of space for them, right? So, aside, if it wasn't for that George 1v2 clutch, they would have won the previous one as well. So, Phoenix, already 5 rounds new, T-side. Yeah, that's pretty good. I mean, I'm thinking that they're going to be feeling confident going to the second half of action, even if they should lose the next 3, but I don't even think that's a foregone conclusion at all. Waiting over at ramp is OC. behind the single box at the back of the ramp position. And there's Honest this time off of a flashbang thrown by Gabe, getting Sonic. So another opening frag and opening kill for Phoenix. That's the 3rd round in the row.
Yeah, having a tough time here trying to deal with the presence towards that outer yard, and they're finding a lot of different ways to find opening duels here for themselves. That's a huge difference maker. Now gearing up for what could be a pretty explosive A execute if it's not for this counter utility that Nitro has primed and ready to go. We'll see how far they can get away with this space before he tosses out that molly. That's going to be a huge difference maker. He's holding on to it still, waiting for his time to strike, but in the meantime, MDS finds an opening pick. They're still stalled out. The entry start to come through from Bro and Nitro, backing it up, and Nitro's still tucked in the back of the site, hoping that his rifler alongside him can do something to help him out, but there's just nothing Bro can say. Now smoked off, throwing out that utility, and walking away with what looks like it could be a save here in this 1v3.
That is just absolutely brutal from the Phoenix side. I mean, you get the opener from Honest, and MDS strikes again. He's had only a single kill in the last 3 rounds, like 1 kill per round, but every single one has been impactful. Like those 7 that he has overall are really important ones for the squad. So it's good to see that Phoenix have got some players that are really popping off at key moments. And right there was some breathing room for an NRG, but it was immediately snuffed out by Honest, who has a nice 2K in the round, and J-Chance as well hitting the op shots. I think the biggest kind of, I don't want to say like glaring concern, but biggest concern is that OC looks uncomfortable right now on the map. His positioning, the spaces he's taking. It feels like, you know, where I was saying in Miami, it didn't look like he was out of action for long. Here it kind of feels like he's showing a bit of rust, let's say.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I think a lot of what comes down to it on the CT side of opping, right, is
it's
being
not
able to
easy
position
on you.
yourself.
Yeah.
And right now, not really involved in a lot of the early plays. He's putting himself in positions where he's just not really a part of the initial execute. And,
Yeah.
you know, if you're positioned in towards ramp and they come ramp, you're double zoomed, you're going to find that kill. You're going to be able to, you know, reposition, try and get yourself a multi or play throughout the map. And when that's the case, an opper becomes the most scary. But right now, he's kind of finding himself in a position where he's outside of the execute. And that just comes down to comfortability here in terms of how he's playing up against this Phoenix squad. And Phoenix is doing a great job of kind of running some good deception and not letting him get involved in the play.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more. It's just like you kind of hope to see a little bit out of him, especially on CT side, and only 2 rounds left, and then they won't have a lead going to the second half. It primes us for an interesting match of play. J-Chance hits a ridiculous shot onto Bro. 5v4, and then the nade that's doing damage, not really, but not at all, in fact. OC's only got the AK this time, and he won't do anything with it. Honest swings around. Nice shot from Nitro at the very least with a 5-7. That's an AK drop, but it's going to be difficult to recover, especially considering they've lost Sonic on the outside now. J-Chance gets George, only Nitro left, and it will be Phoenix taking this round unless Nitro comes out with the clutch of the map.
Don't give it to him. Come on now. All hovering around many, but they will wait. Hold the Rock in an easy position to deal with him. And dispatch of the last remaining there, NRG. Oh, a tough time on the CT side here, and Phoenix showing why they picked into this map here, just showing so much comfort, so much preparation here for this matchup. And again, it feels like a lot of times that their plan A has just been going according to plan here. They haven't been disrupted by NRG, and that's such a positive sign for this underdog squad.
I think the better part about it is, like you were saying earlier, the patience that they've shown, right? They've taken their time on all their approaches. They haven't really let anything phase them too much in terms of, like, you know, the Titan that they're playing right now after their performance in Miami, and knowing that you're the underdog coming into this one. Sometimes you might try to get too aggressive. You might try to take fights you shouldn't. I haven't seen any of that. Not at all. Like, it's been very disciplined, and that's important. They have to keep that going, which is, you know, the difficult part. But so far, very good.
They've had it going for the whole part of this T side half, and then that's already a great statement to come into this one with. See if they can close it out with a cherry on top here this last round of the first half of play. They're looking to speed it up a little bit here. MDS wanting to get a peek C into Mini, taking a little bit of damage to that utility early, forcing out some smokes. HE lands on the money for Bro, putting some pressure on him and trying to thread the needle on some aggression. Bro looking to hold on to his smoke for a little while longer. Going to reposition their setup big time. Not available for any opening duels here just yet for NRG, even though they're trying for them. Again, Phoenix not obliging has been their big win condition in this matchup.
Once more we wait as Phoenix starts to line up their util. Get ready for a wall of smokes to be thrown towards outside, but that likely won't be their final destination. Maybe they want to send MDS through to try and get him into lower through secret. But even that could be a bit of a challenge. We'll see. Sonic waiting over at secret. M4 in hand. We'll have an engagement soon. MDS behind the red box for the time being, but he's not really clearing this. Now he is. Sees Sonic, but Sonic wins the duel. MDS gone. 5v4 for NRG, which they haven't gotten a lot of in this first half.
They're feeling some pressure right now. This execute forcing him to a very claustrophobic position. AG might do him in right there, and he's getting caught with his barrel seen, although everyone else has his cover. He'll go down, but the round still should be closed out. 1v4 for Walter Rock. Trying to make his way out of fight here, and there are way too many targets. NRG will cap it off with one more here. There's a 5-7 half here.
Yeah, honestly, like, that's a good result for NRG given the circumstances to get that 5th round on their CT side. But overall, I think the more impressive thing is to see Phoenix walking in with a lead to the second half, which we did not expect at all coming into this one. We thought it was going to be really one side that NRG would have the edge, even though, let's say, Nuke is not one of their top 3 picks. It's still a map they performed well on when teams are picking into it against them. Right here, it hasn't looked as good.
Yeah, they're bringing in the level of poise here versus a really good opponent, and that's not easy to do. Been playing some mistake-free Counter-Strike for a large bit of that half.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not going to get any prettier as we look at the T side here in terms of round win percentage for NRG. It's sitting at 37.5% for them on T side, which is not good. CT round win percentage for NRG 76.2% over the last 3 months, so that is far and away one of their worst results on their CT side, maybe aside from maybe their match against Imperial when things didn't go that well. But other than that, they were typically performing much better than this.
You can see why, but that's not going to hurt right there. Sonic out for revenge in his campaign towards that outer yard. He's going to be really looking to put the pressure on them. He can do so much damage by just himself here when he's on an island. Can make it happen for his squad and finds the opener. George looking to oh no, that can't be George there. He's not aggressing in. He's over towards the ramp side here, finding some success, and taking some charge in towards the lobby. They do that as a reaction. It's George all over the map. We'll see if George, the real one, can bounce back here and save his team the worry of letting that bomb slip, and he'll grab it, scoop it up, and look to score it towards that A bomb site here. Gabe has routed into an interesting position, but shouldn't be too much of a surprise given that he got a kill.
Yeah, George has taken over the HUD. He is everywhere and nowhere right now.
I was like, wait a second.
Yeah,
how did
I know.
George get in towards Squeaky? He has the round in the palm of his hands, but that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, I was thinking that as well. I'm like, something's not right here. Why are there CTs around when George is... Anyway, yeah, we figured it all out. We got it sorted, hopefully, on the HUD as well, as George will win that round for his squad with that 2K. 6th on the board for NRG. That's exactly what they were hoping for. And I want to point out, like, look, we can look at the stats, we can dive into them, but at the end of the day, you're going to get surprises. Like, it's not always because they only have a 37.5% win percentage over the 5 maps they've played over the last 3 months that they're not going to be able to come out with a strong T-side performance, and that is a great start. All right, let's go into it. 1:41 on the clock. Oh, yeah, going to have a bit of a push here. Again, this HUD is going to throw us off, I think, a little bit, but we'll get it sorted, folks.
See how fast they can rotate down. I mean, you can see J-Chance has made a rotation down and towards lower. So that's already really good positioning here, and a continued effort with the behind to try and take some ground here. Baltarok able to find an isolated duel, but will be traded eventually. And the timing for J-Chance to find some more success wins the head-to-head versus George. He's down. And now J-Chance takes over the server. As they're buying so much time here, allowing for the rest of the squad to come through. Can this Nova hold up to the task? Your close range duel, they're collapsing in on them. It's so contained. OC trying to escape, but he won't be able to. Bombs on the floor before Bro ever gets involved.
That is That is actually crazy. I mean, the fact that, you know, the AK can be picked up after after MDS gets that kill so easily is a little bit of a shocker that they're getting that right. And then afterwards, they don't really make the adjustment that I feel like they should have. You probably should have tried to go towards the A site afterwards and not continue towards B, because you know an AK has been lost. Like, there's no point in continuing in that direction. And instead, they do double down, and that's when the mistake comes through. And Phoenix capitalize on that. So that's not a good look for NRG after winning that pistol round, and that's what we're talking about. You know, force buys do make sense, and you see the win coming through for Phoenix as a result of it. 2 AKs picked up from the previous round, a couple of M4s, and MP9, and dare I say, Phoenix about to be in control of this map.
Speed up towards that A bomb site here, and it's shut down. Honest deals with the first, but they have found a timing here, getting out and escaping into the site. OC breaks through, needing more though. Can't quite find MDS. He's running low on ammo, but helped out by J-Chance. So the potential looking to be shut down. And Nitro's going to run into Voltarock, who just rotates back in towards J-Hall, shuts the round down from that point forward. And Phoenix deal with the force buy. Money shot. Getting closer and closer to the finish line.
Yeah, no, like I was saying, like I feel like we're on the precipice of control being taken in this map for Phoenix. And I mean, I don't know if I want to say it's there now, you know, because NRG are still going to have another chance at a buy. You know, 10 rounds is very good, but I think it all depends. It hinges on NRG's next gun round. If they don't do anything there, this one's done. I think Phoenix are going to take Nuke.
I mean, it's going to be coming down to, I think, just a lot of smart decision-making coming through from Phoenix players. On an individual front, I feel like they're all gelling really well together, but there's just no overextension. They're always waiting for the advantageous duel together. You can see in that story right there, J-Chance hid inside the vents for probably what would feel like naturally a little too long, but ends up being really favored for him. And now they're just starting to hit some shots here, honest. Sending a couple packing towards that out of yard. He is on fire right now. Destroying these pistols. Gets one back his way, though. Bro not going to let that slide. We'll send down to shutdown kill, but I mean, that is going to be the story here. I think if Phoenix can close this out, is that they were playing as the better unit as opposed to just, you know, trusting in individuals, trying to rely on that.
All right, well, nothing doing here for NRG on the anti-eco, as it will be 10-6 for Phoenix. And as we talked about in that previous round, this is the one that is either going to make or break NRG's chances at victory on their opponent's map pick right now. They got the AKs out. They got the Galil as well. I think that had to come through to make sure they have the utility. I mean, trying to break down what's working for Phoenix, I think on T side in particular, it was just MDS doing a great job getting those openers and powering them there. And right now on CT side, I just feel like NRG aren't really bringing to the table much of a playbook for Phoenix to worry about.
Not quite. They're having, I mean, I wouldn't even say a struggle in terms of the firepower output for everyone involved. You're seeing some good stuff out of some of the NRG players, but stringing that together here, they're getting caught surprised a lot of the times. But right now, a chance to catch Phoenix off guard with this motion through the smoke. There's a player over in towards Secret getting aided down, and the swing comes through. J-Chance still able to win that head-to-head now and back it on out. Then Honest steps up from Secret, and they just crunch in together towards this out of yard. Now Gabe from the heavens. It's all over the place.
This might be over. Yeah, this map might be toast. George and Sonic, the last two standing, and obviously in the opposite direction that we expected. And like I said, you know, I thought that would be competitive. I said it before. 5 rounds would have surprised me, but now they've got 10, and I'm happy for them. I think it's good. NRG are struggling a little bit, but at the same time, it's going to make for a more competitive series.
Big wake-up call here for NRG, that's for sure. Talk about the double elimination option, but still have George in a clutch. There's still a lot of a series left to go. So we'll see if he can do any damage here. George baits out the first here, finds an isolated duel. Looking for much more, though. Trying to take the fight towards the top ropes, but Baltarock will shut that down, and that's another for Phoenix. Looking to send them packing here on Nuke.
Yeah, and I mean, a timeout called for NRG. I think this is a little late, to be honest with you. I feel like that timeout should have come a lot earlier. This might be the first one, right? Is it? Did they have another one before?
Yeah.
Sorry, they had another one before. But no, seeing that timeout come through is a good call. I mean, you got to talk things over.
Pretty sure this is their last one.
Yeah. I think it is, and I mean you have to call it at this point, being down 11-6. Otherwise, there's not going to be much of another time to use it, right? But we're going through and seeing that NRG, despite their performance, where I think they only lost one map maybe, or a couple of maps at Miami. I'll have to double check that. But it was a very strong performance from them overall. Even in that final BO5, that was what I wanted to say. Only one map lost there in that one. So I don't know. It's a bit of a head scratcher what we're seeing right now. But I say that, and we look at the amount of times that NRG have played Nuke, and while the record was good, it's not a map that we necessarily have seen complete dominance from them.
Yeah, I mean, I think Phoenix are bringing in a level of replicable success here that they're finding themselves on. I mean, I still am rarely seeing NRG find comfortable duels or duels where they're not fighting multiple players on Phoenix, and that's just going to be winning Counter-Strike that they're bringing to the table right now. They are keeping NRG on their toes every step of the way here on Nuke, and have struggled to really catch them by surprise. Sonic trying to thread in something towards the side of yard. Might have a close range duel here with utility out as well. That's a big problem, and that's an explosive play here from Sonic to try and save them some strife. Running in towards the hut here, buying more time now, letting the rest of the team collapse.
Whoa.
But Sonic picks up a rifle, and now they've got coverage on this A-bomb site. That's what it could have been the most dire missed shot from J-Chance. Could do him in. Doesn't get a second opportunity, or will he? Because he's got his teammate backing him up.
That should have been a trade. Not a trade. It should have been a kill on J-Chance. Now he does fall, but, Voltrock was able to get a frag before that. Did he disconnect? He did. That is so unfortunate for Phoenix. Like, what a terrible time for him to have issues. Oh, my goodness. Because I was about to say that the fact that he gets the kill, right, in that situation could have been a huge difference maker. And then I think he crashed.
Yeah.
So, oh God, that would have been it. That would have been the 12th for Phoenix. I think they could have pulled it off if he didn't disconnect.
Yeah, I mean, I still feel like it was kind of a 50-50, but he was heating up there for sure, which is just kind of an unfortunate timing when they were trying to lock that one down on the retake. He just found his stride. But I mean, again, you're looking at a key piece stepping up to the plate right now when pressure's on for NRG, and that's Sonic being able to find that timing, making his move in through the mini side and picking up that weapon, using it against them.
Yep.
Creates the difference, and that's what he's been able to do rather consistently here for this NRG squad.
Absolutely.
They're going to need a lot more of that, though.
No, I agree with you. And I feel like every time we've seen that type of resurgence from NRG on this map particularly, and I like you said in the past as well, Sonic's been the one to kind of be that fire starter. So, we'll see if it keeps going in their direction. It obviously has to, and you got to hope for Phoenix's sake that this isn't a moment where they look back and say, what if, right? Like, what if he's still alive? Because, to be honest with you, J-Chance should have been dead there. He shouldn't have been alive anymore. They had plenty of opportunities to finish him off, and because he escapes, that opens up the window for Voltrock to strike, and what was a 3v2 advantage for NRG, bring it down to a 2v2, but because Voltrock disconnects, we'll never know what could have been.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely saw a little bit of panic there in NRG when they weren't instantly able to, shut down that Heaven presence. So, like you said, you just want that to be, not what if right there, and get right back in the driver's seat here off the timeout, but there's an opening pick there, and a lot more presence than they expected. The trades are 2 for 2 now. They try and take some strides on in towards a lower bomb site here. They're speeding this one up, but there's already a quick rotate from Honest down. They shouldn't expect this.
Maybe not. Oh, Gabe strikes onto OC as well. That's on the periphery here. Honest will take care of Nitro. Absolutely right call. He's not expected at all, and he clutches out the remaining 2 players. What a job from Honest. His 18th kill that you just saw there leads the scoreboard. Gabe right behind him at 17, and there hasn't been a weakness on the side of Phoenix. Everyone's been playing their part to, I don't want to say perfection, but very, very well.
I'd say close to it, man.
Yeah.
They've just been playing some very smart counters right there. And again, that rotation down from Honest, just being a step ahead of NRG in that situation. Gabe continuing his aggression, and more of a troubling sign here is that smoke on the floor. Nitro's having a tough time trying to figure out where his lineup is. One extra bit of utility in a round where already utility's limited is dispensed. And NRG feeling the heat right now as they look to try and bounce back with 5 rounds in a row required. Otherwise, they go down a map.
They will be going to Inferno and train after that, should they win on Inferno, which are maps that are picked by them quite frequently. So I think that is the positive for NRG going into this if they lose this map, but it's not over yet. 5 rounds remain in regulation, potentially. Honest ahead of them again! And he's got it! Sonic eliminated. 5v4 in favor of Phoenix. Gabe might have a freebie here. He does not! George wins the fight, even though that Gabe saw him first and shot first. Anyway, George tries to continue with the rest of the squad into the A side, and it's gonna work. OC and Bro get a couple. Honest and fl0m still standing. Honest continues his run of form. 20th frag on the board. Still alive and kicking towards the A site. And the position of fl0m could not be better. He's ready towards vending. And Honest the instant trade after fl0m falls. It will be a 13-7 win by Phoenix. The underdogs coming through big here on you.
Man, what a massive close right there from Honest. Being able to finish the job, able to step up. I mean, again, when you saw Sonic be able to give them some leverage towards that outer yard, he shut it down in back-to-back rounds and was able to find the answer. It just felt like there was always a solution, and they found it pretty quick for Phoenix when things weren't going perfect for them. And they started off hot. They were able to keep up that success. They played patient Counter-Strike, and again, it was a lot of the times, smart CS that got them the wins there.
And I think we saw from fl0m a great performance. Like, it wasn't necessarily like mind-blowing, I don't want to say that, but it was very solid. He was very composed in terms of his mechanics, his positioning, and everything. Better than we saw from either of the 2 maps that he played previously with this squad, which is really good sign. It feels like they've been practicing with him in the off-season, right? Since that last game in December, they've probably been prepping for this LAN, saying, guys, this is our chance to make some noise. Maybe we can do this. And man, they looked really solid on you, a lot better than we expected.
Yeah, I mean, you have a lot of time to focus in on this matchup in particular and look towards your opponent. And while they definitely showed signs of doing that here in this matchup in terms of, game planning around what, NRG did in terms of rotations and reactions, it felt like they were always a step ahead of that. And that definitely comes down to probably hard work and doing your research there. And I think that's exactly what they showed.
Yeah, all right. I think we're going to have a little bit of a break here, guys. I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, I think we're going to throw it to break. We'll be back after a little bit for the second map of play.
Yo, Dada. Yo, me, man, break back. That's what I put on the paper. That was it.
All right, we're back here with fl0m Mythical LAN Las Vegas 2026, brought to you by Monster Energy, and we're getting ready for a map number 2 where we thought it would be a 1-0 lead in favor of NRG, but Phoenix are the ones who came out with not just a win, but a dominant one, 13-7.
Yeah, I mean, they just looked absolutely class in that matchup right there, and I gotta say, credit to them. Our expectations were not very high for them to come into this one with the roster. And honestly, again, what we saw the last time we saw this core come out and play in the Revival series, and they looked so much better here in this matchup. It felt like everyone was so much more coordinated. I mean, I talked about it throughout the whole game, but watching, 5 players really come together there and everyone's on the same page throughout the grand scheme of the game. They're really not making any hiccups at all. That's impressive to do, and do it versus a team like NRG. Kind of make this statement and say, hey, we're here. I know not a lot of people are expecting anything from us, but we have so much to prove, and show it is impressive.
Now, the only thing is, it's only one map, right? That's the thing. That's why it's a best of 3. You have that one map that might not go your way, but the favorite has a chance to come back and reverse sweep, for example, which is a very realistic possibility, because now we're not only going to Inferno and Train, but I talked about it before. These are 2 maps that NRG loves to pick into. It's one of their 2 of their top 3 right away that they could potentially play here. So I don't know. I think that Phoenix, while they did have a good performance on Nuke, it felt like they've been preparing for this. It felt like they did a lot of reps on their Nuke. They were the more comfortable team, without a question in my mind. But now we go to Inferno, a map that we have not seen much from on the Phoenix side. Can they do the same thing?
It's going to be hard. I think it's going to be tough to replicate that, right? I mean, again, you're going to have to keep up the same principles, right? They did great work on the anti-ecos. They didn't lose versus Force Buys. They won at least one pistol, and throughout those gun rounds just showed how they play as a team, and I think that's going to need to keep up here in this matchup. If they can continue to dominate the map control and keep NRG on their toes and surprise them, they're going to be sitting pretty, as you said. Different map here. It could be a different story. Great HE to start off out of the gates here with not much rush out of the NRG camp. They're trying to slowly work this map control. We'll see what they can get away with here. Already getting knocked down. George trying to lurk about towards the apartment side of things. Only a single B defender ready to go. Bro waiting for his flashes. MDS able to survive, doing so much damage and playing this retake setup here with a 4v5. Smoke spam almost takes down Nitro. He's able to get those numbers tucked in. And now comes the retake.
It's actually impressive they're able to get to the bomb site and plant the bomb with 4 players still alive, but there goes one and another. Honest and Gabe doing the damage again on the pistol round to open up this map as well. It will be Phoenix with the defusal, and 4 players remain alive. 3 frags from Gabe. He was just as hot as Honest in that previous map in terms of the ability to pop off and get those key moments in under their belts. And wow, Phoenix getting another 1-0 lead is certainly a boon for them.
Yeah, great start here out of the gates. I mean, more of the same right now. Being able to shut them down in the extremity when they're trying to work this map control. It was last map, Sonic having a tough time finding consistent success on an island towards that outer yard. Usually a specialty of his. Ended up not being consistently successful, having it around here or there, but it was MDS that was thriving much more in that environment. And now we see George trying to lurk about towards the apartments and throw them off. But, you know, Phoenix back up in their 4v5 advantage. They play good retakes and just knock that one down.
That's really nice. And I mean, you look at the map here, like I said, it's good for NRG, but you have to remember, this is also the map that, we'll get back to it. J-Chance gonna get one, Volturok, another Nitro managed to strike with the MAC-10. That could be a key to the A site, and it looks like it is until Gabe again! 2 more huge frags, Sonic and Nitro fall. Bro on the run with the Tech 9, at least drops Gabe and grabs an A1S off the ground, but he's still got a lot of work ahead of him as both Phoenix players are pincering in from opposite angles. It's gonna be so difficult for him to survive, and he will almost turn around and get that, but MDS does close it down. 2-0 for Phoenix despite the efforts from NRG.
Yeah, man, deadly stuff right there. Again, I got to give a lot of credit to some smart moves. You're looking at some great time buying measures. Molly followed up by a smoke. Good decision making there on the anchoring. When they were left weak side on A with only 2 defenders, they managed to do a lot of delay and bring in some extra help. That's when Gabe gets involved. That's when he becomes the difference maker. It's 2 nice kills off the back of the setup that Phoenix can provide with such little resistance but so much effective utility.
And I was talking about it before all that craziness happened. You know, looking at Inferno overall, they've got wins on NRG side against 9 and Gamer Legion on Inferno, 13-7 and 13-11 respectively. But they've had tough losses too to Marsborn and Fnatic, and Marsborn 11-13. So it's not out of the realm of possibility for Phoenix to pull this one off. It just would be ever so surprising if they're able to do it. And imagine 2 NRG sending it to the lower bracket immediately. Just the thought of that is crazy to me.
Yeah, it'd be terrifying to see them there. And J-Chance confirming if he can find himself a multi, they line up perfectly for him. Spacing ends up going awry, so J-Chance walks away healthy, waiting for some setup. The flashman comes through. The rotations are all involved. And Phoenix finally get a clean and comfortable one up against another force buy out of NRG.
That's crazy. I mean, look, NRG are continuing to try and force buy and get themselves into this one. It's just not working at all, and now they have to be on Nico. There's no way they're going to continue force buying. You have to take a break. Eventually, it will still be a good eco that's going to come through from them with Tech 9s and a little bit of utility behind it, but and obviously the possibility of taking a round. And we saw that happen on the previous map of Play on Nuke, but it didn't really deliver much. We thought that might be, you know, the killing blow for Phoenix previously when they lost that eco round, but it was anything but. Honest, a nade frag immediately onto Nitro. Damage done on OC, who's only at 3 singular points of health. And you have Phoenix looking primed for a easy 4th on the anti-eco.
Could be another dominant start for Phoenix here. Controlling the map on the CT side. Didn't give over too many defensive rounds in the second half of Nuke, but getting to get that success replicated here on towards Inferno felt like another big challenge in the way Phoenix have been prepared for these challenges so far. That coordination is absolutely key. And looking like they've had time to build up that coordination with the roster changes. Stabilized a lot more. NRG, one of those teams you're expecting, you know, potentially to see in the grand finals. And right now struggling to get around here on the T side throughout this series.
Yeah, that's a good point. T side has been very difficult for NRG. At least so far. This is just the, eco round, so we can't dive too much into it in terms of their struggles, but still, they need to get back into it with the rifles and do something in that next round. 22 seconds left for them to try and pierce through into this B site. It's going to be possible. They charge through, spamming the smokes. One frag for Sonic, but the trades were so solid. They know where the last player is. Oh, George, what a headshot. Now comes the strike from J-Chance towards CT. Think they denied the bomb plant? No, they didn't. George actually got it off towards Fountain. Grabs the ONS off the ground. A chance for George to clutch, but he can't even get the first step across that finish line, as it will be fl0m getting the defusal.
J-Chance would have shut that one down, but at least George making the best of a very tough situation. Kind of making something out of nothing with a bomb plant right there. No CT smoke. That since faded away, but
it's something.
Yeah, it'll set them up for a really good first gun round for them finally, in terms of not having to go for the force fires, in terms of not having all the utility. We'll see now if NRG can, get away with some of these, patient plays and try and avoid the utility and take some map control while they're at it and get some of these key pieces activated.
They look really flat right now, though. They don't look like they're playing their best Counter-Strike at all. As it is going to be a lot of util tossed here down Banana as usual. Bro gets tagged only a little bit by that nade. What's happening here? Bro getting honest, standing around a Molotov for too long. That's a little crazy. A chance here for NRG to punch through, but it will be Voltrock and MDS getting a couple of responses before Nitro's able to take down MDS. So down to a 3v3. Yes, they lose the B bomb site, but just getting those 2 frags helps them have a better chance at getting a retake.
Yeah, there's so much retake utility right now, but all 3 players coming from one direction through Banana, and they're taking a slow approach. Then they've got OC just posted up, flashbang avoided here perfectly. OC has free pickings away, able to find the first, isolates another as well, taking clean headshots down. A player that is desperate to get activated here in this series is starting to find his form. Even that you can see in the corner there clapping, getting a little bit more excited here for the first T round, finally being able to break through here and deliver on Inferno, and that right there feels like what NRG need to do.
You got to bring the energy, right? You're absolutely right. Like, get hyped up, help OC find his rhythm, which that's great. OC was one of those players back when he was like, I'm going back a long way here, but on Extra Salt, he impressed me so much before his run into Tier 1. He was able to do it with the rifle and the op. In fact, he had more rifle frags than op frags before he was picked up by, who was it at the time? Was it that picked up OC? I can't remember the team now. It slipped my mind, but either way, oh goodness, through the smoke, and after being flashed, MDS gets Nitro. It'll be a 5v4. I guess my point is that type of rifling used to be standard for OC all the time. Like, it wasn't something that was unusual, and we didn't see it on Nuke at all. So maybe that will be a key to their victory here, if they can get it on Inferno.
Right now, a big shutdown right there on the Nitro. Just spam straight through the smoke, and it will trigger a good reaction here. They're taking control of the timing. Just barely missed on the shot there. J-Chance doesn't get a chance to fade away. So they'll be knocked out, but there's a flank through Banana. It gets dealt with in the form of a quick reaction, and kills start to flow through. They don't have full control of this A bomb site, though, just yet. They're still a threat. Voltarock can still jump through and surprise. The apartment side gets spotted out, able to isolate the first kill, staying alive and causing panic.
That's
Another
crazy.
one out of Voltarock. He's going for everything. And Sonic slows him down. A molly goes down. There will be time to plant here. Now this retake doubling up in towards the lane side. Loud and Proud, they're a bit separated right now, trying to join forces. Sonic just going to commit to the off angle and look to let them walk on in. The molly looks on the money, force them into a bit of a reposition. Uncomfortable on the first duel, and it will be finished off by Honest. The retake successful off the back of Voltarock's heroics in apartments.
I mean, it's not just the heroics, right? It's the positioning in that moment. It's just the right place, right time. Because they're trying to get to the A site. They haven't cleared pit. They haven't cleared site. They don't know where they have to focus. So they're throwing all the utility, and you see them, whipping back and forth, looking in each direction. And then Voltarock comes through at the perfect time, right when they've decided, oh, we don't want to clear this anymore. We have to go to the bomb site, gets the first headshot, and then falls back to get a follow-up after that, and leaves Sonic alone on the site. It was just brilliantly done. It's not only, sometimes you need to be a little bit lucky in finding those positionings, but then it's executing off of it that is the problem sometimes. But that time it was beautiful.
It's also having support from 2 players flanking down Banana and just creating that chaos. I mean, it is really poise versus panic right now for you know, these two teams. It feels like Phoenix is so composed in these late rounds versus NRG, you know, even in that round with the man advantage. It just felt so chaotic.
I thought it was going to fall apart for Phoenix on that flank, right? Because they lost 2 players, but you're right. You know, that chaos was what created that moment of opportunity for Valtorok to strike after the players actually do end up falling. Anyway, MDS is going to get a couple here.
2?
Oh, he got 2 on Nitro and Bro. Sonic gets the trade. A flashbang toss, but Sonic will be the one to get the frag onto Honest. He does take a decent amount of damage. Another good flash, this time thrown by George to ensure J-Chance does not survive. This is more of the energy we expected to see. Very composed, good executions, utility on point, and that will lead to their round victory.
That's the structure that they need to be having in those late rounds, right? You boil it down to a 3v3. You just need those small details to work out, and you just need everyone to kind of calm down in those situations. You know, you have 2 entries on the B side. It can be very easy to rush it down range and make a big mistake and allow for J-Chance to get heated up with the op. They just wait a split second, wait for that flashbang, and that's all the difference between what we saw in that last round versus the difference here in this one. And that quick adjustment here is what we'd expect from the leadership like Nitro and Daps. You know, just telling everyone to take a bit of a breath here in these mid to late rounds. That creates a difference alongside Sonic finding 3 crucial entries. That can't hurt either.
I mean, that was pretty convincing as a round victory in terms of the execute towards the B site, but it wasn't entirely so because MDS was able to get a couple before they're executing. And what my point is that NRG hasn't had a clean round victory aside from, I think, 1 that we saw. That 1 round where Bro had the 3K on Nuke. Outside of that, they haven't really had that decisive, okay, we're in control here. We have momentum. So if that doesn't happen anytime soon, I mean, they're obviously going to lose the series, but they need to do more of that. Take their time in the mid rounds, like you're saying, not rush into things. You know, you have to realize you're the team with more experience. You're the team coming in here with the advantage. You've got the firepower at your disposal. Now just use it properly.
Starting to get those protocols put into play. And all the better for it here. Trying to get back on track here. The money is a little bit low in an awkward position on this force buy of sorts. And that's a great flashbang. Again, more details working out in favor. A little bit awkward there on the lineup, but Sonic finding all the kills for this T side so far. Just gonna do the trick. Yeah. They're setting up Sonic. They're feeding the hot hand, and another key detail here, right? I mean, if NRG right now, throughout this stretch, to get some T-side rounds, just need to say, hey, Sonic, do your thing. They have that luxury. He is that sort of player, can provide that sort of impact, and right now he's bringing that.
A lot of times you look towards Bro, right, to give that impact, but when it's not working, you have to make the adaptation, you have to make the adjustment. And Sonic, I agree with you, even on Nuke, we were talking about him a lot, being that spark, you know, that flame for them to really get some action going. And right here, they say, okay, Sonic, we're going to flash you in, we're going to give you the opportunities to get frags, and hopefully you'll lead us to victory. And he's done that 2 rounds in a row now. So beautifully done for Sonic, and NRG do get that 3rd. And this is one of those rounds where, yes, you don't get all the frags, but it's more convincing, although we have to remember that this was an eco for Phoenix, so we have to see it against the guns for NRG as well.
Terrorists win.
The convincing round they were hoping for. See what the buy is here. I mean, 2 great saves coming through. Going to give them a much better chance at bringing out a good investment here. Trusting a couple of hero rifles doesn't necessarily do the trick, but can quickly get back on track with another gun round here. We'll see if Phoenix can bounce back or if it's going to be more success strung together if NRG get that pep back in their step, if they can continue to trust in Sonic to find these openers. So far, so good. Able to avoid the utility on Banana quite effectively for both teams for the most part. But the spam here, not so lucky. Is MDS. Bro sends him packing there, and some more damage done. Honest, he didn't leave. He's committed in position. We'll see what he can make out of it. Flashing Victor rain on in. He finally gets on blind, but that's just a jumping up Bro. And now he's getting involved in the opening forays.
Like J-Chance has a huge opportunity here and gets nothing, but he had 2 players lined up. Sonic down to 7 and Nitro at 17. That could have been the 2K that turned this one around potentially. Instead, it ends up being nothing. And there is NRG with back-to-back convincing round victories. This is what was missing. Utility utility was great. Flashes on the entries were strong as well. This time it is the more traditional entry fragger and Bro getting a couple of frags. And, I mean, Valtorok and Gabe have no choice but to save.
Showing that a little bit of patience here, waiting out some of that utility out of Phoenix. An effective strategy. They played some very quick rounds throughout the first 5 and slowing things down a tad. Been their bread and butter. They're on a hunt here. This is not a guarantee that they can hold on to their weapons. It's a team kill in the mix, unfortunately, but they will find both kills. Nitro will quickly redeem it and close it out with not allowing them to save anything. So now money is in tatters. You have a Gabe disconnect, but should be sorted out there quickly. We'll get everyone back involved. But Phoenix letting that lead slip here. They wanted to control as much of the series as possible, and now NRG are not allowing that to slide.
This is when you're truly tested if you're Phoenix, right? Because you can't expect to go throughout an entire series without facing some adversity against a team like NRG. So now you're like, okay, we still have the lead. You know, we might have to go for another eco. Might be a little tough, but this is when you have to dig deep. This is when you have to say, okay, how do we keep control here? Like you said, how do we stay ahead of an NRG squad that if you give them a little bit of a window, they'll throw it right open and just storm through and potentially take the map off you before you can even blink.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great statement right there, being able to close out in these confident fashions and get players like Sonic and Bro more involved in the opening, opening plays there. Setting them up for success and being able to knock it down on an individual front. Like you said, you know, there was going to be a time where NRG were going to come online and be able to step up on this map. It would be tough to imagine Phoenix just walking away comfortably. They had that adversity for a short stint in that first half of Nuke, but they got back into the swing of things. So, I mean, probably not in this round are they going to get there, but we'll see what they can do here when they get those guns back out, if they can course correct.
Yeah, they did have that 3-round losing streak, you're right, that happened when it was tied 4-4, but after that point, it was really done, and there was really no chance for NRG to strike forward. Here, it feels like it's a little more commanding in terms of 3 rounds that NRG have gotten in a row. Like, it's been more convincing.
5 alive.
They've looked, yeah, exactly, 5 alive. It hasn't been, like, scrappy where they're losing bodies here and there. It's like, okay, this is NRG performing at the level that we saw from them at Miami. 1:09 left on the clock. 5v4 anti-eco. They got the pyramid here towards the B site. Could work out. Could get something done. But Bro and OC quickly clean things up. This round is probably over. And shortly will be. J-Chance does get 1 frag at the very least.
Try not to lose any more bodies right now. Another headshot. Slinging out of the Deagle there from J-Chance, but it will be shut down eventually. That will be tied up at 5, so I guess gun loss isn't too big a deal when NRG have this money stacked up so high. They're just trying to end things quickly. And here's a good time for a Phoenix timeout here to, again, try and do something similar, right? As you said, very commanding. You're going to have to go up against gun rounds for the last 2.5, but if you can close it out with another 7-5 here, make a bit of a statement and say, again, we can still fight back, even if your individuals are heating up, even if you have Bro and Sonic finding some great entries, we can still shut you down and find a game plan around that. But we'll see what the answer comes down to. They've been struggling a little bit and opening up towards Banana now on the Phoenix side, and that's obviously created a lot of leverage. And then over towards that A side as well, they've been shutting down the different setups that they've had in that direction. So Phoenix struggling to get those multi-kills. They're struggling to have time to group up their players like they've been doing for effective CT sides throughout the series.
Yeah, especially on Nuke, it was really, really very effective, right, on their CT side and preventing anything from happening from NRG. But right here, you know, you see NRG starting to poke the holes in their defense, you know, get through their armor in an effective way, and then nade's going to get tossed here. See, like, this type of aggression, MDS gets a couple. That's a really good adjustment, right? You're not getting the effectiveness on waiting for them to come to you, so go to them. MDS, a 2K, so now you have a 4v3 advantage after he gets traded, and George, I don't think he's going to expect a J-Chance. This is a fantastic adaptation for Phoenix to get right into the face of NRG and say, well, you were doing good on your setups, now we're not going to let you get into those setups.
Do have a very interesting position right now. Obviously, this fight ahead, but there's also a timing here that you can see Nitro going for it, taking some great space. They will lose out that fight, and just in time before he can slip around the corner, it's Valtorok that has the sense.
I love that.
And makes a move there. Doesn't allow for Nitro to slip in towards CT. That could have been a huge gut punch, even in a 4v2. But that timing does not work out. And now, Bro, not a lot to lose here in terms of trying to find some kills, but probably not going to have much of a chance to win this round.
I mean, to me, that's the best type of aggression you can have on CT side, right? When you're not going like balls to the wall, pushing down mid and sending like 3 players there. You just have one quick peek from MDS out towards mid that isn't really expected. He gets 2 off of it, and then J Chance being out into the apartments. I'm not sure I like the push. I'm not sure about the push. That was really risky. It works out for him, but in general, the position that he was in right there towards the stairs was very favorable if George came around that corner. So in general, while the push works out, maybe a little bit risky, Phoenix played it differently in this round and adapted themselves to what energy was throwing their way.
I'm so impressed that they had that level of confidence to make these moves after a couple of tough ones.
What?
Nice couple of kills for both. The round is.
Oh, the round's already over.
Yeah.
I didn't realize when we were talking. It's only 4 seconds left. I'm getting excited, but and that would have been crazy if
we
he
went down after. Oh wait, they
no,
have
no,
$10,000.
No, he's okay. He's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got money. But still, like, yeah, that was impressive from Phoenix. Like a great adaptation. I think that they could easily walk into this second half with a lead now, which, you know, would be the same lead as they had on Nuke, right? It was 7-5. I think the fact that they're playing this well again on Inferno is a testament to, I guess, the work that they've been putting in leading up to this LAN, and it's exciting. Like, I didn't think I'd be talking about it, but if Phoenix win this, the possibility of them making some noise here at this LAN could come through. I'm not going to lie, I had them in the bottom 2.
Yeah. I mean, again, I don't think that's all that much of a surprise there. There wasn't a lot of expectation coming into this one. MDS looking for another multi-kill, set up by some flashbangs this time. Has the backup going for more. Nonus finds the follow-up. Leaving it out of banana control here. He's down low,
he goes
he's
for this.
committing to the fight. He's got Nitro pinned in, forcing the smoke out. Trying to recover, trying to escape here. The grasp, the HE. Whoa! Touchdown coming through from Gabe. And now a 4v2. George trying to slink his way through apartments. The bomb is down in towards Banana, though, so these 2 players have to go and recover that at some point.
The one advantage for NRG is that Phoenix don't know the bomb is down. That's the one good thing. The bad thing is they might not survive. Yeah, there it goes. Voltorok going to get a 2K, and it's 7-5 for Phoenix. That is what I was mentioning. Facing adversity, this time in a more convincing fashion from NRG, and Phoenix answer again. 2 rounds at the end of the half. They don't allow NRG to come back and take a lead, and they're the ones that hang on to go into the second half on their T side and try to do something.
I'm just so impressed with the level of consistency here and all of the challenge that we keep on bringing up and all of the fight that this team has to show in these very challenging positions as an underdog team, and every time they've been able to answer the occasion. They've been able to rise. Very impressed here with what they're bringing to the table. But now it is a CT side of Inferno here. This is where you expect OC to have a lot more impact in the second half. This is, again, hoping that you can get that dominance on the banana control here out of aggressive pieces like Bro. But right now, Bro is on an island here. Set up with the raid boss. He's got the dualies. He's got the armor and the smoke. So a lot of tools here to try and lock down this bomb site. But we'll see if the explosive nature of this execute can do enough to get past that utility.
Comes the execute. It's done, yeah. I mean, MDS gets the opening frag on Bro. He was the only one really in the defense of the B site, so they've overloaded it already. Bomb going to get planted. Post-plant situation. Is there any util? No. There's no util left on either side, though. And now George will get one Sonic, another, and George a third. NRG trying to explode back into this bomb site, and they will do so effectively. It's all up to Voltorok, but all he can do is watch a bullet go right through his dome. OC will get the last, and it will be him getting the defusals, while NRG still signs of life.
I mean, I love the idea from Phoenix right there. I think the decision to take that Coffin's control and kind of press the issue in towards that direction on the map is a smart idea. When you mentioned that there's no utility left, right? So if you can capture that control in towards Church, it does become a much more difficult post plant. But I think, for the most part, NRG just shot their way out of that situation.
Yes.
Won the duels. There wasn't Glock headshots. There was USP headshots there quick enough. And so, that's just the difference on pistol rounds sometimes. I think that's kind of why a lot of teams say it can be so random, is because you can have some of the best positions and still not be able to close out rounds. That's a challenge here that teams have to deal with on the mechanical side of things here. But now aggressing down Banana. Bro taking an opening duel for himself. OC the same. So a good start here to deal with somewhat of a force buy, yet MDS going in, but everyone else hanging back.
NRG pretty much in control at this stage. Lots of time left on the clock, though, and Phoenix, as they've been apt to do throughout this series, are going to try and use their advantage. This time, though, they don't have the firepower to really make it happen. OC shuts down Honest. Second kill on the round for him, and there goes J-Chance through the smoke. This one is cooked for Phoenix, as NRG will tie things up.
Get that 7-7. We'll see if Phoenix can start to bring in some T-side. I am interested to see Hero Galileo come through. I mean, we know MDS has been very good on finding these opening duels for himself. So you want to see that attempt to continue things rolling, but not going to happen in this one. It does leave them in an interesting spot to head into the next. I imagine there's going to be a full investment going in, but going to be missing some pieces here. We'll see. I mean, again, you know, I look at Phoenix. They know the map pick is going to be Nuke heading into their series, right? You know which one to pick into. It's obvious that that's going to be the case. But now, having to structure a T side up against this NRG team on a map that they're much more comfortable with defensively, I think that's going to be a huge challenge.
Absolutely. And I think the same goes for Train, right? As you go to that, if we get there, if NRG are able to pull off this map, and then, for example, winning the knife round as well, they get a CT start, and then it could be really difficult for Phoenix. There's the nade frag onto MDS. The utility barrage down Banana is favoring NRG at this stage. Look at the damage on J-Chance and Honestly. There's another nade that's late. I think that might have been the bullets, actually, that hits J-Chance instead. He's lucky to be alive at 2 HP, and now Honest is trying to save his life. He does do that, luckily, but Sonic finishes them both off anyway. They just took too much damage to those engagements, and Sonic had the easy clean with a couple of assists going Bro's way.
Yeah, bomb down on the top of Banana. They don't confirm it, or at least they don't cover it here continuously, but they'll take their 4v2 with a smile on their face, and now 1v4. They're cut off on the extremity there. OC going to knock down another frag. It's just going to be Voltarok left standing, and 1v4, and it's going to be NRG trying to take this lead and show up with that dominant defense. And right there, again, you can see how scary this defense can be. They will not give you Banana control. You have to deal with so many fantastic pieces on this roster. And Sonic and Bro linking up in this case on that B-hold. The amount of utility damage that they got downrange, that's just going to be unsustainable.
Nope. And Sonic takes care of Valtorok. That's the end of the round. Sonic with a 4K in the round. We were singing his praises on Nuke, and now we absolutely have to on Inferno. He has been the catalyst for them, 16 and 8. And you're looking at George, who's usually very potent in terms of his firepower, only 5 frags so far. You look at Bro as well. Bro's, though, I mean, despite the fact that he only has 10 frags, he's got a lot of damage done. This ADR is pretty good. I think it was at 92 last time I checked, at least on this half of play. And he's been ensuring that trades are possible for Sonic, right? Especially towards that Banana position. So,
a lot of damage here.
Yeah, we're seeing Sonic kind of carry the weight of his team on his shoulders on this map, and even in the series.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, he's been a catalyst to get them back on track here for the squad entirely. Didn't really get much T-side going until he got involved. What a clothesline from MDS, though. He's got that deadly deagle on lock right now. And OC goes chasing. He gets himself a nice opening pick, and he says, I want some more. This is a prime opportunity for me to gain some confidence in this series. And what a shutdown that is right there. MDS says, you're going to have no fun if you want to keep on pressing the issue.
NRG taking the lead again here, 8-7, looking to extend it to 2 rounds. On the other side, Phoenix are looking to strike with just the pistols. 50 seconds left for them. Approach towards brackets. And they're just taking their time. They haven't decided yet. It looks like they want to fake A and then head B. This could work.
I got to speed it up here, I think, at some point. But, I mean, they are really falling off of this B bomb site. You can see even just a low HP Sonic. I mean, he's on 20 health, and the closest rotate is in library right now. So they should be able to beat him to the punch here. Depends on how quickly they want to chase this thing down. But Sonic, you don't expect him to be able to do all that much. Now, an extra help is coming through in the form of Bro. Now it's a little bit more deadly. And Sonic already showing up here with a kill. There's no CT smoke, unfortunately, for him. So it's going to be a tough time heading in. They look to just jump them with the wide swing. But Bro able to isolate those targets, looking clean. doing their job and making sure that round doesn't get out of hand.
No, that was a really nice setup, honestly, from Bro and Sonic. You know, Sonic in a tough spot, so Bro supporting him. If Sonic falls, then you've got that second line of defense already there. And Sonic does the job, right? He gets a couple of frags for himself, and then Bro comes up and cleans up the rest. It goes exactly the way they drew it up. And now Phoenix, it's not going the way they're hoping. 9-7 for NRG. A fantastic recovery after falling short in that first half of action, although they did get the 5 rounds. I mean, look, I'm saying it negatively. It was 7-5, right? That's a good half for a lot of teams on Inferno. But this is NRG we're talking about. We have higher expectations for them, especially going on to their map pick. So we thought that they'd do a lot better. And Phoenix were very much an underdog. So to see them get that 7-5 lead was impressive. But now, going to the second half, it feels like now that's disappearing, and NRG is finding that flow state. Like you mentioned, it's CT side on a map they love to play, as opposed to CT side on a map where they're like, you know, so-so.
Yeah, it's not going to be as comfortable, I feel like, on a T side for the side of Phoenix here. You know, how much level of depth do they have here? Right now, we're seeing a lot of brute forcing it up banana, and they're getting caught by so much utility. They again, can't really sustain that versus this. Well, there's another opening pick versus this NRG side that is dominating in control and not allowing for map control to go away. And there's another prime example of it. Already an opening duel offered up at the hands of Sonic, who is taking control of this server. Honestly, Gabe knocked down low by the utility damage, but how did Voltorok get here? Look at this timing. He's already in the site. This is potentially disastrous here. How surprising can he be? Able to isolate that first fight and goes for a second perfect path and coming through from Voltorok. There's still one more. But a smoke is in apartments. He died with a smoke in his hands. So now it makes it that much more difficult for Nitro to have any impact here. They're going to get the numbers punched in. And this gap that Voltorok has spotted is going to win them the round, likely. I mean, I don't know what sort of retake you can pull together here.
No, I think the problem for Nitro is, like, he was trying to go around and gain the advantage towards Boiler, which he could have, right, if he gets out sooner. But once the bomb is planted, the more time that takes away, the more the expectation is that you will be trying to come down lane. And they realized that. It looks like they still want to go for it. I mean, this is a 3v4 towards the A site. That's exceptionally difficult to retake under the best of circumstances, and no, they just threw some util and then they backed off. They're trying to hem them in, I think, to keep them in the site and put them to die to the bomb. They do take the bullets and drop down to the ground, and there goes Honest as well. J-Chance and Bro, the only survivors out of that mayhem.
Yeah, making it expensive at least here, but you know, just a crazy timing for Voltorok. I mean, scaling his way in towards the site. A little bit of good fortune there, catching Nitro, or rather OC by surprise there. And the vulnerability in the setup, it just feels like, again, they kind of understand some of the game plan around what NRG are doing in these rounds. And it has to be so frustrating for OC, who's having some good moments here on the CT side, but with the op, not quite. Just hasn't been able to let that gun sing in a consistent fashion. That's another example of just keeping him limited here in the series. Also, got that HUD flip there. That's nice.
Oh yes,
we got it fixed.
That's wonderful. Nice. It's all good now. 9-8 for NRG. They still got the guns out. OC with the big green. Everyone else with the A1Ss and A4. Excuse me, Bro does have the AK. Sonic waits. He's been potent in this position. 20 frags for Sonic. Far and away the best player so far. And there's the 21st. On MDS. 5v4 for NRG. Phoenix are trying to go fast off of that towards the A sets. Might be the right play, but George shuts down Gabe before he can take another step forward in towards Arch side. And now the rest of the Phoenix players, like, they're trying to go out and support him, but now they're caught towards lane and bracket. Honest makes a very big play to gain them some space, and J-Chance does the same on the opposite side. George is hemmed in. He's got targets coming from everywhere, and Voltorok takes him down. What started off so promising for NRG is ripped away by two fantastic plays.
Oh, it's just perfection right there. That play from Honest. A spark, an absolute catalyst here to get back into this thing. And a round that felt a little bit bleak there. I thought they were completely locked out of that inside. They break through. There's still an effort here. Sonic's still hanging around. So is Bro. Looking for a late opportunity to find this retake. Way isolated there. Tough position from Voltorok. He doesn't get anything out of it. But they still can't flush out the last two players. Hiding and Mini looking for an angle. Goes for the wall bang, but doesn't get a second shot there. Knocked out by a clean headshot. And that's going to be the round there, forcing the save out of Sonic. Another opening kill that he provides his team. that goes awry.
That's wild. That's why I was a 5v3 in favor of NRG, and it slipped away. I just loved the way J Chance and Honest took those fights. I mean, on opposite ends, you know, one from Arch side, one towards lane, both perfectly fought, and then you have that A site under your control, and you know that
George is
George
low.
he's low, and he has to look both ways. Like, he doesn't know where to look, and he gets completely taken out. He couldn't even fire a shot. That's the advantage that Voltarok had from that angle, because George can't really afford to reposition based on the fact that he has no information as to how far forward they're going to be. That is so very good from Phoenix, and we're tied up again. NRG call a timeout. I think, you know, even if they go to train, Cole, I think that this is going to be a close series to the finish line, which is a shocker to me.
It's just what right now we're seeing out of Phoenix right now. They're bringing that absolute
Again and
peak
again.
form.
Again and again, they're facing adversity, and they're coming through and finding answers.
Yeah, I mean, again, I thought it was going to be a tough time figuring out how they would get this T side formulated, how much depth they had in the strat book, right?
Yeah.
Didn't think they would have that level to actually pull through it and have to claw back. And when NRG take a lead, they have to get back into the swing of things. But they found solutions. A couple of great targets on that A bomb site. Now, that last round requiring some individuals to show up, but they have that right now. That's a luxury that they have at their disposal. With Voltarok being a playmaker in some of these early rounds, you have Honest in the late rounds finding such perfect execution on these duels. It's a different story, and you can tell NRG know it from that timeout. Because they lose this round, their money's going to be shattered. And their chances, you know, at closing out this Inferno and doing so in comfortable fashion definitely could vanish quickly.
I mean, it's Phoenix looking legit right now. That's the reality of it. This is not a team that's going to be pushed around here at fl0m Mythical LAN.
As you said, you got to do it in the best of 3 right now, and they're
doing it.
Yeah.
51 seconds left. Look, they haven't done it yet.
Yeah.
They still got, you got to get to that 13 on this map in order to pull it off, and that's a very difficult task against an NRG squad that can still come through and have an impact here. Even though Bro has taken so much damage, they've still got 5 standing and only 35 seconds left. This is the slowest approach we've seen from Phoenix so far on their T side.
Committed on this 3B setup as well, so that's a good news for NRG. Lots of counter utility here to try and break them past, but there's the smokes down range here, isolating Bro out of this round here. Good angle coming
Good
through.
balls.
Back of the pillar, forcing him into disarray. Finally a kill out of George on the boost, but it takes him so long to do so. Bro left outside looking in, hoping for some smoke spam to deny the bomb plant. Does so much damage, but they get the numbers punched in here. They've got themselves an opportunity in this 4v4. Can they close it, though? Bro is low, finds himself an angle, and catches Gabe by surprise.
Wow.
Bro not backing down from the angle is the difference maker. The players are locked in very awkward locations. Bro being the one to break down this round is unbelievable. Now it's just Honest in a 1v3. Can't do it all. And there you go. NRG needed a hero, and Bro provides it.
That is insane from Bro to take that initiative, pushing up from the angle and finding those kills in that situation, because it felt like Phoenix were getting their feet planted towards the B site, but Bro, you know, manages to come through and erase everything just because he was fed up. I think he wanted to take those fights. They were tired of waiting, and he just goes in and ensures that a 10th will come through for NRG. So like we were saying, yes, Phoenix is looking good, but they've still got a long way to go before they're able to secure this map, if they even get it.
I mean, you can see the frustration in terms of him being locked out by the utility and just not getting a chance to find any action because of the great execution that Phoenix threw together. And when that smoke fades, he's going to make sure to take his timing.
I think there was also George from Boost in Flower Pots. Like, not getting a clean kill there was really bad, and it allowed Phoenix to come through. He could have had 2 there, but instead, like, he's fighting with his crosshair, can't get the first one cleanly, and then falls off and allows Phoenix to storm in, along with already having thrown that smoke for coffins, like you were saying. Bro's locked out, so he has to wait and wait and wait until he gets another chance to get through to that site. But once he is in, he absolutely tears them up, and that's what NRG need. And we talked about it before. They've got a team of players where any of them could be that catalyst. Any of them could be that star to perform and step up, and we've seen that for Bro in that instance, and Sonic overall in the series.
It's kind of feeling like that's a necessity at this point for NRG to win some rounds. It's a scary sign there. Great pick off from George. More though. What is that? Honest just flicks and deletes George. He does some good damage on the outro. But look at this Pam coming through from J-Chance. He has him targeted. A heat-seeking missile chasing down Nitro in isolation. They don't give him any room to breathe. And that's going to be the site access gained here. Now, can they find themselves a post plant with comfortable positions? That's an extra pass as they're finally making it out of library.
I mean, NRG no choice, right?
Oh, the bomb's down.
Oh, it is down. Yes, they have the bomb. I was just going to say they have no choice but throw that smoke, but they throw the smoke because the bomb is down. And Phoenix, although that looked so very good, without the bomb, you can't do much on that A site. 55 seconds left. It's not over yet. MDS and Valtorok, full HP. They know they have to fight into this one. They're trying to time it right so they can put pressure on at the exact same moment. And it just doesn't work. Sonic with a nicely placed shot. The crosshair was ready and waiting. Valtorok gets one. Maybe two now. The second's still possible, but no, bro will shut him down. And that'll make it 11-9 for NRG. Money is in a little bit of a tough spot for Phoenix. They could still justify a force buy, but the better course of action is a half buy and then playing for overtime.
Yeah, and that's kind of looking like the direction here. We are seeing some pretty hefty investment, though. Now more commitment out of MDS as well. So they are caught in a really awkward middle spot right now with this investment, but we'll see what they can bring to the table. Just a huge gift of energy dropping that bomb. That ratcheted up some pace on A. That could have been A site loss. You know how hard that site is to retake. So that bomb being dropped just to the right kill at the right time for NRG, and the smart decision making to get that utility down and play off it was what they needed. Deep banana control in this round. NRG all the way down. Recycled smoke's going down range as well. They've used quite a bit of them already. You are left with only a single smoke left. So putting a lot of emphasis on controlling this banana side.
Yeah, I think Phoenix is hoping that NRG push out. And, I mean, it's possible. Bro down there with the MP9 that he'll make the move. It hasn't happened yet. And obviously, given how long they've waited outside banana, I feel like that's the focus of their attentions on the Phoenix side. Like, they're going to want to take this space before they do anything else. And that's exactly what's going to happen. Bro around the corner does get one, but immediately traded by Honest.
Oh,
He's trying to pop off for his team. Yeah, Sonic has to fade off.
Oh.
He survives, manages to evade them for now. Pressure being applied. He needs help. He's got it. The smoke is up, but the shots are still connecting. OC with one, Sonic another. There is going to be a bomb plant here because Gabe gets the jumping MP9 kill, but at least for NRG, you have a 3v2 opportunity to get back into this side. A smoke break and a spot with the hop. George, though, gets taken down to 24. This is on a knife's edge.
Fumbling around with their guns right now, trying to figure out how they get this retake off. They're going to need to trust in Nitro to do it. And caught on the timing. Did not expect the flank right there, so Gabe goes down. And all the pressure on J-Chance. Again, great in the clutch, but doesn't get a chance to fire off a shot. George is way too quick. When he needs to deliver, he does. Now, NRG will claim themselves map point.
This has been a very back and forth map overall, more than we obviously expected it would be. I feel like I'm saying that a lot, but it's true.
Yeah.
12-9 for NRG. They're on to map point. They want to send it to Train. And this is where I said, I feel like it'll still be a close affair on to Train, but oftentimes what can happen is the underdog team, when they lose a close engagement on map number 2 after having a 1-0 lead, they fall flat on map number 3 because they feel like they could have closed it out previously. So that could be what happens here for Phoenix if they can't come back and push this down.
OC trying to get a peek down middle. Jumped right over the bullet right there, just to avoid the shot, but now not avoiding this fight. Up banana, MDS sacrifices his life for the cause. What is this? He goes firing through the flames and finds the opening duel there. Sonic now watching from the sidelines, and honestly right now, if you can take down Sonic in any given round 1-for-1, that's a good trade.
I mean, it's a great job from MDS. Take down the most potent piece, 25 and 13 for Sonic. They are nowhere without him on this map. MDS, as you mentioned, sacrificing himself through the fire and the flames to give his team a brief advantage, but overall an advantage in terms of firepower now, perhaps. OC waiting with the AWP. Over from Porch. 54 seconds left. Phoenix are readjusting. They want to go to B. That's where the bomb is, right at the bottom of ramp as well. So B feels like the final destination for them.
OC hasn't had much of a chance to fire off an op shot here. Finally, an opening over towards that A side. He deals with the lurk, and now it reinforces the entirety of this B side setup here. 3 players. This does feel like a task 2 call. No CT smoke. They're going to get mowed down. NRG looking to claim that victory. They will close it out 13-9. and take us to this decider on train here. 3 maps required. They're not ready to get sent into that lower bracket just yet.
Yeah, that was a fantastic run for them on the second half of action. 5 rounds coming into this half. Then they go on an 8-2 run. Very well played from NRG on their CT side. We talked about at the beginning, a map they're much more comfortable on their defensive end, and really looking like a team that's ready to try and reverse sweep this one and get back into it, despite the fact that I'm still impressed with Phoenix. I'm still impressed with what they were able to do. They were still competitive right down to the finish line. Even though last round there wasn't really much to show of it, but I thought they did a really good job, acquitting themselves here.
I think it's a great caveat to add right there, right? I mean, Phoenix take a map loss, but it's still see the fight that
still
the
promising
drive that they bring into this best of 3, and that's what they've been showing throughout this entire series so far. Is that they got a lot more than what a lot of us expected out of them here coming through into this this event and having to deal with NRG as your opening matchup, though. You have to deal with 2 Titans on the server, and that definitely is Bro, and that's definitely Sonic.
Yeah.
The catalyst of starting off this map and finally getting them rounds on the board there is Sonic with multiple multi-kills to finally get them back into winning ways, and then Bro finding that consistency off the back of that. And if they didn't have those 2 players stepping up when they needed them, when their backs were against the wall, to be honest with you, in that first half, we might be looking at a different story here.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, look, we're going to head to train now, and we'll have to see if Phoenix can keep up their form, or perhaps things will run out of gas on their side and NRG will cruise to the finish line. We'll hit the break. When we come back, we'll see train.
Heaven, won't you take me high? Staring deep into your eyes. You caught me by surprise. 'Cause I'm a heathen in a sleepless life. Feelings never seem to smile. You're leaving, won't you stay the night? I'm falling for you. Oh, I'm hoping you feel for me what I've been feeling for you. And if it's so clear to see, I'm on my knees, so I'm begging for you. Heaven, won't you take me high? Staring deep into your eyes. You caught me by surprise. 'Cause I'm a heathen in a sleepless life. Feelings never seem to smile. You're leaving, won't you stay the night? I'm falling for you. Oh, I'm hoping you feel for me what I've been feeling for you. And if it's so clear to see, I'm on my knees, so I'm begging for you.
Take it from the top.
All right, we're back here with fl0m Mythical LAN Las Vegas 2026, brought to you by Monster Energy, and we're getting ready for map number 3 between fl0m and NRG. We're going to train, and this is another map that is very good for NRG. I think they only have 1 loss over the last 3 months, 7-1 on train. They love to be here, and fl0m, on the other hand, don't. I think that's pretty much been the case for them since even when they were known as Chicken Coop. They didn't really like playing on train. So I think it's going to be difficult for them, although like they've been playing really well here. Are we going to see what I was talking about, Cole, where there's just that flat performance after a close map number 2 for the underdog, or can they stay in it?
It's one more task here that I think, fl0m have always answered yes. Can they stay
Yes.
in it? And that's been so impressive throughout this day. But like you said, we're giving them another challenge. We're putting them up against the wall again and saying how much, stamina, how much, reserve do you have left for this last map here? And can you do it, right? With the frustration of not being able to close out a couple close rounds that they did set up really well.
Oh,
and,
no.
Just an important detail, they're starting out on the T side of
Oh,
the train.
no.
So add
That's why I said
another
that.
task to that.
Yeah, I was, you were
Oh,
mentioning
this is knife round.
Oh, it is knife round. Okay,
Okay.
we're good. All right, this is important. I want to talk about it because if they get the knife round, then they get CT side, and they are. Yeah, maybe Volturok. No. All right, Volturok goes down, and Bro gets it. So that means that CT side start for NRG. This is even worse now for fl0m going on to a map that NRG is very dominant on their CT side. But one thing we have to remember is a lot of that dominance came off of Zodic's op. Can OC fill that gap the same way that Zodic did?
Yeah, I mean, so far, like I said towards the tail end of Inferno, they're winning rounds. I wouldn't say it was necessarily out of the op. Sometimes rifling was good enough for OC on that CT side, but you hop onto the defense of Inferno, and I think to fl0m's credit, they've been avoiding him like the plague throughout the entirety throughout the most part of that last map, and not giving him opening duels.
Yeah, and I think Inferno, though, we don't expect the op to be that dominant, right? Whereas in Train, we do. We expect the op to be the key duel between what will be J-Chance and OC. In the meantime, though, we haven't gotten to that point yet. It is pistol round that is underway here. 5v4 earned by NRG, but OC down to only 1 point of health. Sonic pushed up into T-Con. This is a very potent spot for him, because if he can get the frag here up against his player that's approaching, that is Gabe, and that's a lot of space gained.
That's the last lurk here. He's already dealt with one. This is a little aggressive. Gets caught by surprise here. No armor for Gabe,
Wow.
and it's just Sonic doing more of what he's done for this squad so far. Another fantastic kill. He's dealt with the entirety of T-Con. Now he's setting his focus. Picks up a T-Molly as well, and has locked down pretty much the entirety of the A site, man. And Sonic just continues to be a force here. So impressed with what he's bringing to the table. Now the flank's starting to arrive. They're getting suffocated and snuffed out in this round with absolutely no leverage here. They're going to have to break through with some stunning headshots. We'll see if they can try and isolate onto Sonic and another off angle. OC is down low. Bomb being planted. Okay, so they didn't really go for a massive round victory. They try and set it up so that they rotate away, and hey, I mean, that is, again, making something out of nothing.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, it keeps them in it a little bit going to this next round of play. They'll have a little bit more money to play around with. Certainly a force buy will be on the cards. And I think NRG had the ability, definitely, to deny that. They just overlooked it completely, and the possibility of that B site being taken by the bomb planter. So, we have a 1-0 lead for NRG, but fl0m will bring in the force buy. I'm just looking a little closer to see here, but they have not opted for a Galil or a rifle at all. Instead, they want to get as much utility as possible, and SMGs and Tech 9s instead. Not to say that can't work, but having the Galil might have helped.
Set the focus towards Ivy here, and one player already out towards T-Con.
Okay.
He's making some big strides right now. This is massive positioning here. He'll help facilitate the rest of the aggression towards Ivy, if it wasn't for Bro shutting that game plan down. Now they will take that space here. They are through Ivy. And this round's off to a blazing fast start, but they're getting shut out of it here initially. OC jumping up and elevating his position for another. And now they have to make do with the space that they have created. How do they finish this round here?
I mean, the bomb is right around the corner here at camera, but it's spotted. And now Sonic's looking that direction as well. Nitro's covering him from T-Con. J-Chance falls. There goes Gabe. The bomb with him, leaving only Volturok standing over at Hell. And this is not going to be a great situation for him. He does get one, but Sonic the immediate trade. NRG up 2-0.
Yeah, put a big punish on that force buy. I like the idea right there from fl0m to
Yeah.
escalate the play there and again get that hell positioning alongside moving through Ivy. I thought that would be enough, but bro just makes a kind of shutdown move there by pushing through that smoke and foiling the game plan.
I think it's a really intelligent play to go fast into T-Con in the second round because, usually you don't want to do that because the amount of utility the CTs will dump there, but they won't have that money to buy up that util in that instant. So it's a good call to go fast in that situation. This time, I would say not as much, but
whoa,
the util's
whoa.
late. Oh no! Gabe gets one for free, traded out by OC immediately though. That'll be a 4v4. Could have been scary,
my
and it
God.
still might be, Cole.
Eaton, you got to be careful. George is eventually able to put a punishment on it, but golly, they're sending it at the opposition. Nitro lets one slip. Looks like he was a little asleep at the wheel there, but these deagle shots not quite connecting anymore. Nitro sharpening up on the aim there. Was able to keep it contained on that B-bomb site. Now a timing for MDS. He's looking to capitalize here. Has a chance and knocks it down.
Are you kidding me?
Bomb still dropped over there towards T-Con. And they're walking away from it, interestingly enough. So he can recover, and there's a real opportunity to create some chaos with the whole map and a minute left at the clock.
Yeah.
Can he catch him by surprise? Can he get a bomb down? Can he play in that post?
Some nice deagle shots from 3 players that we've seen here in this round for Phoenix. Now MDS, I mean, he's taking his time, right? Because you expect the CTs to be here. So this is why I don't necessarily mind NRG backing off, because they're forcing him to look around and see if anyone's there, and it'll burn a ton of time off the clock. Meanwhile, they're just waiting over around Pop Dog and Long Dog, for him to arrive, and it's perfect positioning because then they'll definitely see him come in from either of these angles, knowing that Ivy is unlikely.
He still didn't grab the bomb. I think he thought he picked it up.
He must have thought he had it. Or
is it over there?
I think it's behind there.
Brown Halls,
Yeah, in Brown Halls.
Oopsie. Well, I think that might just lead to a bit of a save.
Yeah.
Hold on to it, anyone else? Or
is he running A?
Try and make
is he going to try and
happen
run
here?
this A?
He's got a smoke, but I don't even know if he has time to plant. Definitely not with the player in the way. Nitro will knock down the last kill. He's able to recover that in a big way, but not without some serious damage on a pretty limited buy.
Yeah, I think he realized they were going to have enough money to buy up anyway in the next round,
Sure.
so they said, okay, let's send it, go balls to the wall, try and get that bomb plant if you can. And to be honest with you, I think if he just kept running forward, he could have caught them off guard because the player that was there was not expecting that fight. If he keeps going, then maybe he gets clipped for a little bit of damage, like late damage as he's crossing the corner, and then he can throw the smoke afterwards to try and get to the bomb site and plant the bomb. But anyway, that's a moot point. Round is already over. 3-0 in favor of NRG. Here we go, guns out for both teams. Oh, what a swing from Sonic. The setup, beautiful, as you say. Flashbang thrown by Nitro, and this is what they were doing on Inferno, telling Sonic to go out around those flashbangs, and again, they're doing it here on Train.
There's 4 of them here. A little lurk out there coming through from J-Chance. An opportunity to try and equalize, but happy to walk away with his life here. There's just going to be more action from Sonic. Trying to suffocate the map. J-Chance trying to prepare himself, and just about catches Sonic on the retreat. Won't be able to fully capture that. It does force out 2 mollies out of this side, though. That's a win in its own right, but here's OC on Train. This is where, again, you demand impact out of your opera here. This is where you need to have your opera thriving in the action, and he's able to step it up.
Nothing really to speak of so far for Phoenix. Just kind of hanging around the peripheries of the map. Not gaining any type of control. J-Champ's trying for it now, but look who's right there. It's Nitro. Taking his head clean off, anchoring down this B side effectively. Molotov gets tossed at his feet. It's a good one, but he swings around and loses the fight with Voltrock. Voltrock, the TK! And then he falls himself to Sonic. Oh boy. NRG have really heated up here in the early goings of Train. They're already on a nice little run for themselves. Phoenix look like a pale comparison to what we saw in the previous 2 maps.
Yeah, and the first good start for Energy map here, right? I mean, they started down 0-4 in both maps, I believe. So being able to actually step up here and deliver on what is going to be the most important good start for them in the CT side of Train, it's just going to carry forward your success. You mentioned earlier, but there's utility that just means so much in early protocols for this map and controlling T-Con. And when you're kind of walking in limping to your first gun round with less utility and things like that, it becomes that much more of a challenge. But they don't have to worry about that anymore.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've got some limited buy-ups here coming through from Phoenix, but for all intents and purposes, unless things go completely awry, this should be a 5-0 lead for NRG.
They just stuck by Nitro's crosshair, so I do wonder if there's going to be a bit of an oversight here.
Maybe.
It does seem like it. Bro's got to Nice vision on it. Already caught a couple of targets. Great flashbang setup here, but there's a lot of resistance ready to go. They're gunning it for the bomb plant, it seems like, but they also want to try and create some space. They're just not able to do so. Rifles at range, punishing the pistols here. Op is picked up for Valtorok. He doesn't get to hold on to it for too long, though, and that should be recoverable for George.
Yeah, George had a tough Inferno. He's coming through and getting a 3K. As you said, didn't get the op back, so that's a bit tough for OC, but he'll still be able to get it from one of his teammates. They've got plenty of cash, the result of a dominant start in this map with 4 rounds where it wasn't really much of a contest for them to take them. Even that 5th one, they only lost OC, so, you know, tons of money available. Here we go, another test for Phoenix. Should they not win this round, then things will get a lot more difficult for them moving forward with that chance at having that upset victory that felt like a possibility, a very real one on multiple occasions of Inferno.
Yeah, Inferno was a huge scare for NRG, and being able to walk away with the victory and start to get their ground underneath them just at the right time. Winning the knife round on map 3 here of Train, a key detail as well, and the start of this map here seeming suffocating out of this NRG side all over the map, being able to thread in aggression, different game plans to open up proceedings. Right now, it's full control towards Pop as a priority here for this squad. See if Sonic can do it again here. More impact to look towards T-Con here. He wants to take a fight up close and personal. J-Chance has an op, but he's destroyed by George instead. Sets up Sonic for a little bit of action as well. Then OC gets involved, and piece by piece, they get isolated in these duels. Absolutely no ground being gained. Some trades attempted, but still a 1v3 ahead, and again, Bomb is on the other side of the map.
I mean, you compare it to the T-sides that we saw on the previous 2 maps for Phoenix, and this is just not that great. I mean, it's been flat. They keep trying to get through, and NRG every time is rebuffing them. OC, who hasn't necessarily had a dominant op performance, hasn't had to, because Sonic, George, and Nitro are doing the job with the rifle. Nitro anchoring down B, Sonic kind of hovering around the map, going aggressively at certain points off of Nitro's flashbangs, and George's as well, and George is flawless. I mean, 6-0, hasn't died yet on the map. So, yeah, timeout has to be called for Phoenix. You know, I have to put an asterisk, of course, on the poor T side for Phoenix, because it is Train compared to Inferno and Nuke, where those T sides are a lot more, let's say, palpable for teams to play on, versus this one where no one wants to play on T side.
Yeah. I mean, you also have to come into it with a little less of an expectation for Phoenix. There's so much trust, I think, throughout the entirety of this best of 3 on their T sides to have their individuals go for playmaking moves, and it was working out a lot of the times. But now, in a map like Train here, where players are less comfortable and confident, and to be honest, it's a lot more difficult to make opening moves. You're just not having that same level of success, so you can start to see some of these rounds, they're getting picked apart throughout the map. And NRG are not shying away from different forms of aggression right now. Nitro's been very willing to make those moves. We saw, as soon as the guns came out for Phoenix, that play from Sonic.
That was wild.
With the MP9 and the flashbang setup. So NRG making sure to try and keep them suffocated here.
Like, you're earning cash with that, $600, you're gaining an advantage, and there's the incendiary perfectly tossed by George, and Nitro's there to knock him down afterwards. Only one, though. Honest cracks through off a good flashbang from Gabe. George gonna have to do it by himself until reinforcements arrive. So far, so good, and he gets the second on Honest. J-Chance and Voltrock looking to strike on board. Voltrock gets 2. J-Chance with the scout. We're down to a 1v1 all of a sudden. Tons of chaos there in just a moment. OC misses the shot. Voltorok,
oh my god.
Excuse me, J-Chance will hit the shot with the scout. OC is down. It is finally a round on the board for Phoenix that, honestly, Cole, should have gone the way of NRG. That is a ridiculous performance from Voltorok and J-Chance.
I mean, J-Chance diving into the play there, finding that 2-piece, and it comes down to an OC shot necessary, and he just can't find the crosshair. Not able to deliver that one opportunity. Gets caught, stuck, whips out his sidearm. Again, for a player that is so confidence-based right now, hasn't been given a lot of opportunities to make those sort of moves. You're dealing with a confident OC. He's hitting that shot every day of the week, but a player that can also get back into the swing of things. And he opens it up, looking for a little bit of redemption, and finds his team an opening pick.
That's a round you want to build off of your Phoenix, though. You don't want to lose this next one, because then you'll just fall back into that same rhythm.
Look at the space from Sonic right now, right? I mean, opening pick and deep T-Con control. You're probably going to look to stack up a little bit more resources over towards that B-bomb, especially a bit of an execute heading your way, and OC finds another on the scene right now and rotating effectively.
I mean, this is a type of potency an Opera can have on Train. It can take control of the map completely, especially if you're playing around Z, right? You can just swing back and forth between B and A site. In this instance, I believe OC's just playing towards that A site, and he's been getting that frag in no direction, but now he's B, actually, so there he goes. As I was saying, that's exactly what he's doing, just going back and forth, and he finds himself a third. Volturok and Gabe, the last two standing. This time it feels like too tall of an ask for them to do it. They're already kind of backing off here and considering the save, given the buy-up in the round has not been that great in the first place, and their money's kind of low. So I think this is done.
You might want to try for a little bit more than... Because they're only saving an MP7 and a MAC-10, so I guess they will try and go for a little bit something going. Yeah, you're going to save, but they'll try and find some extra damage here. We'll see if they can catch it by surprise. Absolutely not. Sonic way too stalwart on the hold and looking to stay alive. The MP7 not able to do it. So right back at it, and as you said, not allowing for them to build off of that huge victory in the clutch. They immediately get shut down, and it is OC being able to bounce back from a really difficult miss.
And I think that's a good sign for OC to start getting into his rhythm on this map, you know, finding the comfort zone with his AWP, which leading into the rest of this tournament, right? It's going to be key for OC to be more potent, especially when you're playing up against the M80s or the Vocas or the Raves, you know, that are playing here, that are going to give you a much bigger challenge with the Operas that they're bringing forward on their side, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's so important that he's able to, you know, heat up throughout the tournament and then, you know, become a consistent force to deal with. Hasn't been given that luxury just yet. An opening duel will come through, but there's a lot of resources spent on B right now, and this execute is coming towards that A side, so we'll see if they can get back into position in time. Another nice Deagle shot out of this T side, trying to create some leverage, and then Gabe with a Tech 9. A surprise play coming through out the CZ as well, but jumping around the corner. Nitro, a master of that CZ, will be the one to shut it down, and NRG going to continue winning ways.
I mean, Volturok's had some fun moments, honestly, with the way he's played. I think that he's been very good for this Phoenix squad. It's just that right here on Train, we're seeing the CT sidedness of it. I don't want to say that Phoenix are out of it yet, because they could have just as impressive of a CT side on their end, but I feel like if you want a chance on Train, you need at least three or four, yeah, T side rounds.
And then you need to really have a dominant defense.
Yeah.
But I'm with you, right? You just need a couple of rounds, and that becomes so much more important that they are able to close out what is the remainder of this half in some form or fashion. And if they can do that, yeah, they're going to be in a much better position, but what's to say that Energy are going to stop here?
I think we say that 3 or 4 rounds are required, but we did see, was it Wildcard that blew an 11-1 lead?
Yep.
Then they went to overtime and lost.
Was that they were playing NRG, right?
Was it against NRG?
Might have been.
Oh my goodness, I can't remember.
Yeah,
right
I can't
now.
remember who they were playing.
It's possible, but either way,
it's funny that we remember the team that lost it.
Yeah, I know, right? It's not the team that won; it's the team that lost it. Just because of how dominant it was, that's how the situation is. Like when you're up 11-1 like that. But yeah, either way, it's 8-1 right now, not 11. Could be 11 because George is going to get that frag onto Gabe, and if we don't see anything here on the side of Phoenix in this round, their economy is going to get into a more of a dire spot. Bomb plants are certainly going to help them if they can find it, and there is a trade that comes through, and George down to 20 HP, so still a chance for Phoenix to strike in this round. But I think the biggest problem for them is oftentimes they're just fighting around the outsides of the map. They're not getting into the key spots.
Yeah, I mean, you can see, you know, while they do lose a player in Bro, George goes back and trades it out, and now you can see that they're so focused on trying to recover that lost real estate, and it's going to draw out probably another 20 seconds or so before they can feel comfortable in threatening that side of the map. And now they're trying to push back this B aggression here. Great pickup from Honest. Staying alive, so much more valuable as well. Going back for seconds. He wins the duel versus Nitro.
There's no way.
Unbelievable stuff. He swings that with conviction. And this opens up a plethora of different options here. Then hard cleared, pre-fired almost, but still walking away with the kill. Staying alive. Now George gets involved with the AWP. Stalling out J-Chance. AG distracts. Failed out by Volturok. So it's all on George. Playing a good map so far, but he's going to need a massive clutch here.
They might double swing him. I don't know if they're aware of the fact that he's in Z. Not yet.
Oh my God!
What a shot! George threads the needle over Red Train. Gets one. Going for another heroic 1v2. He has 3 on the round. It would be a quad. Oh! J-Chance. The USP almost finishes it here. 19 HP for J-Chance. Panicking. Going for the bomb plant. And George does it again. The USP shot ends the round as he defuses the bomb and sends NRG to a 9-1 lead.
Oh my God. That is an unbelievable shot. just so unreal. Being able to find out the top of the ladder, just the tip of his head showing up right there, trying to play peekaboo, just get a little information. See if George maybe walked out of Z right there, and he gets punished for that. That's a smart play right there that gets outplayed by mechanics. And George just has that in the server right now.
Second time he's had the 1v2 clutch. We saw it on Uke before when he was from Heaven, and this time over at Connector with the AWP. I mean, look, hitting that shot over towards Red Train is very difficult, and he made it look easy.
Yes.
Then he goes around with the USB. The confidence, too, to switch to the pistol right in that situation. It's not easy to make that decision, but George makes the right one and just completely stalls out Phoenix.
Yeah, that's a heartbreaking loss right there. Again, we talked about the requirement here, so just a further step away from it. Phoenix needing some T-side rounds. That denial is going to feel so brutal. Information was going well. Nitro on the top ropes there, feeling the pressure from both angles, but he's holding down the line from this B site, taking more damage, trusting in Bro to back him up. He's still standing tall. 2 more targets looking to take care of him, but OC comes through in recovery, and Bro will knock down the finishing kill there. So 10 on the board for NRG as they continue their dominance.
It's such a shame for Phoenix because they had that round. They had that round up against George. They just had to work it together a little bit more and be more in sync. The problem was the lack of information for them because they didn't know where he was. That was the biggest advantage that George had. He didn't give it away at all until the time was right. So anyway, and then in that round, it goes back to what we've seen in all the previous ones they've lost, where they just can't gain any ground. They can't get out of the periphery of the map. And, well, they're going to try and go fast this time. Maybe it'll work. They do get through, and they do get the opening frag. MDS delivering it. It's the last round of the half. A second round is something. It's not a foregone conclusion yet, as the fragging is going back and forth here. A 4v3 advantage for Phoenix. George falls. There is the trade from Nitro, and the shot connects for OC, but he's the last one. Oh, what a follow-up! The third! No! OC falls short, and Honest will be the one to get the 3K. 2 on the board for Phoenix. It is something, Cole, going to the second half of action.
Yes, it is. I mean, not a bad way to close it out, right? Yeah, at least walk away with something there. And you know, again, you look at that 1v2 that George closes out, and it could have been a little bit more. 2 rounds again, not necessarily what I would say is enough, but they have opportunities to try and dominate like NRG did. They're going to have to play that sort of domineering form of Counter-Strike where you're willing to take risks, where you're willing to go in on the aggression and take over the map control like they did in that, like NRG did in that first half. The issue is NRG did that when, you know, it was 0-0. You're now having to make those risks and those calls where, you know, if one mistake goes through and you miss a shot and you end up being the opening death, that your opportunities are going to be so much more limited.
Okay, so look, we're switching over now. Phoenix on CD side, we talked about, you know, how this could be just as dominant of a CD side for them as it was for NRG. However, OC and then Sonic get it back into their control potentially. Yeah, Sonic gets 3!
You gotta be kidding.
That was a 5v3, Cole, and now it's a 3v1 in favor of NRG. Cage, last one available, and there he falls as he stands onto that B site. 11-2 for NRG. This one might be over.
Yeah, I mean, in the most perfect definition of composure right there, showing through for NRG and just letting them rotate through Z. And they have 3 players just sniping them down as they try and rotate in. You're expecting that with the USP, you'll have a couple of decent opportunities, a couple of decent tools. If you can isolate a fight as someone's trying to jump into the site, you know, that's a nice kill, and it could create some leverage back into that round. But instead, they fight 3 players head on. It's a little too much to bear. Great idea coming through from NRG to finish the round. Now Sonic eating utility damage down to 24, but still able to provide an opening pick there despite that fact. Keeps his positioning, doesn't falter despite the low HP, trusting in his instincts. Oh, J-Chance though catches Nitro. Thought he had a timing right there, but couldn't quite capture that kill, and J-Chance holding down the line there with the 5-7s. A big pick up there, backed up by another honest Eagle shot.
Okay. I see you, Phoenix. It's going to take a lot, Cole. A lot of rounds in a row. But maybe. Voltrock doesn't shoot. He has the trigger discipline. That's a freebie. George is dead. And he dies on the front side anyway. OC only gets 1. It is Sonic alive. This is a massive force buy to come through for Phoenix. I mean, NRG are 2 rounds away from clutching it. From winning the series, I should say. Sonic is 3 frags away from clutching it if he can get this done, but he doesn't have the bomb, and I think he just wants to save the AK at this stage. Speaking of Sonic, he has been a big piece of the recovery for NRG. I think he had 25 plus frags on Inferno. Now he has 17 here. Behind him, George is heating up as well, but Sonic is, as you would expect when he was picked up by this NRG squad, having a big impact for them.
He's just an X-Factor player there, and bringing that level in this series so far. Not going to have a chance to win out this clutch, but definitely more opportunities. Try and close it out. There was energy right there. I mean, having a huge chance to stamp their ticket into a pretty comfortable victory, and instead, even despite the 4v5, they get caught on some aggression. They get caught a little bit surprised, and it's a bit of a different story here. More adversity to fight through for NRG. The tables kind of get turned here. The utility now going to have to be put against them here, and we'll see if they continue to try and find some openings. Looks like they threw a little nade stack towards back of the bomb transit. They're just getting caught surprised. Trying to jump through the smoke, looking for some action here. Bro finds a brilliant headshot, and another Bro on fire right now, but eventually cooled off. Now George trying to create some space with the Tech 9, but he just gets caught by J Chance. So the round starts to slow out, but Sonic then steps up to the plate. It's been these two punching through on these rounds.
I still can't believe how far forward they got. I thought George was going to have a better chance at doing it, but now we got a 2v. A bit of a mix-up here. Oh, Sonic trying to pick up the gun. Nitro with the trade, though. Nitro with the deagle, and Nitro clutches it out for NRG. Everyone coming up and stepping to the plate for NRG in this map, and it's 12-3 in their favor.
What a ridiculous round, man. Those shots from Bro, absolutely absurd. Backed up by the positioning that was so crazy. It looked like Phoenix were going to fight back, though, but then Nitro comes through as the hero and closes it out. Now NRG right back in prime position. Try and dunk this one on in. Plenty of opportunities to try and close this out. For that same opening duel there, but can't quite find the leverage. OC does, though. Using that Galil to full effect here, creating some space for his squad, finding a couple of crucial kills.
Yeah, it's not looking good here for Phoenix. 4v3, J Chance on life support at 11 HP, Voltrock at half health, and MDS the only healthy player left for Phoenix. And, well, there goes Voltrock. B site overloaded. NRG going to get the bomb plant. And perhaps a 13th round here. The one-sidedness that we expected on the first two maps has finally come to fruition here on map number 3. J Chance and MDS still an opportunity, but, well, I think it's done now. MDS all the way towards the A side here, Cole, in a 1v4.
Yeah, not many opportunities to fight back in this one. Every angle covered by NRG, so they know it's a matter of time. We'll see if MDS can catch anyone by surprise. George right now loud and proud, but spotted out now, catches him in the air. Still standing healthy, but he doesn't have a kit. He's going to have to keep it moving. Keep it pushing. Baits out another swing here. 1v4 to keep him alive is too much to ask. A dream that won't become a reality here in NRG. Are able to foil the underdogs despite that opening map that we saw of them, despite the fight out of Inferno. It comes down to train as map 3, and then we see NRG take over.
Yeah, look, that is, like I said before, what we expected from NRG on the first two maps. I think they showed some good resilience on that Inferno because they were having to fight back time and time again against Phoenix, but once they got that victory, when it was 9-9, they got that 10th one, they cruised to the finish line afterwards and were able to deal with Phoenix from there, and then it just continued on. It carried over onto train, and having that CT side start was so good for them, winning that knife round, because they just got off to ridiculously, like 10-2 into that second half, and they never really relinquished it. Even though Phoenix had their opportunities in that second half, even on pistol, they were leading 5v3, and it's just Sonic that comes through with 3 in a row and shuts down their opportunity to take a pistol and just start that path forward onto a comeback. Instead, we never get anything from them.
Yeah, I mean, Sonic and Bro there in map 2 being the real catalyst to make sure that they did not, let that slip into 2-0. And then Sonic keeping that forward throughout the entire series. I mean, he had a decent map 1 on Nuke, or he had his moments where he was able to bring through that impact. But that consistency throughout the whole series from Sonic is absolutely impressive. I mean, that's probably why NRG win this series overall. And so the way that he was able to carry forward that success is so crucial and going to be thanking him that NRG don't find themselves in the lower bracket.
Absolutely no question. I think in terms of clutch performances, George gets that crown.
Yeah.
He had two times, once on Nuke, which didn't really make a difference in the map. But I think on Train, that 1v2 does make a difference because it
stomped
stops
them.
exactly stops Phoenix from getting any type of forward ground on the map. And they were desperate for rounds in that first half, and George's like, nope, not going to be this one.
Yeah. I mean, a great story overall there for NRG to be able to fight back. And for Phoenix on the other end, I got to give them their commiserations. Played a phenomenal best of 3. Train obviously had its troubles, and I again put that a lot to the lack of maybe comfortability in the map pool, and also getting that T-side Train start. And we see how strong NRG is on that map overall, but for the most part, they're coming through and showing some exciting Counter-Strike, and now I have a lot more hope for them in that lower bracket, whoever they end up facing, that this isn't like a done deal, that some of these bottom 2 teams that we expected to go out first, I think Phoenix is far from that now.
Yeah, it makes me excited to see what Regain will bring to the table in the next matchup up against M80, which is our next match, folks, but we're going to have to wait a little bit until we get there. I'm not sure how long it will be, but I'm guessing around 30 to 45 minutes before we get to that point. But guys, keep it locked here on fl0m Mythical LAN Las Vegas, brought to you by Monster Energy, and we'll be back for that second matchup in a bit.
I've been on a mission trying to blow the money away. 'Cause I know I won't need it when I'm 6 feet in the grave. What's the point of all the numbers in your bank account if you ain't really got nobody you can count on? Only one advice I can say is run. Better go outside and seek the scorching sun. I think there's more than one. I see the scorching sun. I think there's more than one. Who this motherfucker trying to take my spot? Spin the block, put a red on the dot. Had a couple lines, but it all went ahead. Now I'm making her players in the back of the Benz. Hey, I'm at the top. All of the women think it in the plot. All of the women think it in the plot. All of the women think it in the plot. Trying to take my spot. Making all players in the back of the Benz.
One moment in time, your soul and mind floating up into the clouds. Two bodies under the moonlight, not even making a sound. We spoke about the truth to lead the way. Spoke about how you would make me stay. Bright big visions and all the change. A new world. We spoke about the truth to lead the way. Spoke about how you would make me stay. Right big visions and all the change. A new you showed me a new world. I like to go out. I like to party, party. I like to get wild. I like to party, party. I like to go out. I like to party, party. I like to get wild. I like to party, party.
What they say, yo, send tune a road, yeah, you road boy. Send tune a road.
I like to go out. I like to party, party. I like to get wild. I like to party, party. I like the way you look at me when we up in the club. I like the way you look at me when you showing me love. I like to go out. I like to party, party. I like to get wild. I like to party, party. I like the way you look at me when we up in the club. I like the way you look at me when you showing me love. I like to go out. I like to party, party. I like to get wild. I like to party, party. I like to go out. I like to party, party. I like to get wild. I like to party. That's just how it like.
Gonna know my name. You gonna know my name. You gonna know my name. My name. My name. My name. My name. Let's rewind.
Y'all motherfuckers ain't ready. I told y'all gonna change the game.
You got that.
Y'all motherfuckers ain't ready.
You gonna know my name. My name. My name. My name. My name. My name. My name.
Let's rewind.
You gonna know my name. Bring it back, bring it back, rewind.
If you wanna save me, if you wanna save me, if you wanna save me, yeah. If you wanna save me, yeah. If you wanna save me, I think I should better run, because that's the end before it began. If you wanna, if you wanna, if you wanna save me, I should better. If you wanna save me, if you wanna save me, if you wanna save me, yeah. If you wanna save me, yeah. If you wanna save me, I think I should better run, because that's the end before it began. If you wanna, if you wanna, if you wanna save me, I should better.
could help me. Usually I'm cautious. Then my toe and word I don't jump into the water. Do we do this often? I don't wanna get a call the last time I felt it. Maybe you could help me. Usually I'm cautious. Then my toe and word I don't jump into the water. Do we do this often? Do we do this often?
You didn't think I'd be here waiting all night, all night. I'm here to tell you something. There ain't another love that is gonna hold you down like that. You didn't think I'd be here waiting all night, all night. I'm here to tell you something. There ain't another love that is gonna hold you down like that. You didn't think I'd be here waiting all night, all night. I'm here to tell you something. There ain't another love that is gonna hold you down like that.
All right, we're back here with fl0m Mythical LAN Las Vegas 2026 here, brought to you by Monster Energy, and we have got another interesting matchup coming up. M80 up against Regain. How are you feeling about this one?
I mean, I'm excited after what we just saw, the competitive nature of a team that we didn't have high expectations for, and you're kind of hoping to get that same level of play out of Regain. but the story still, I feel like, stands. M80 coming through into this one as the favorites. Again, I've kind of been shaken up today by how good Phoenix looked, and I'm hoping to see something out of Regain that's on the same lines. But again, it's going to be another tough task.
Let's start talking about M80 here. Let's bring up the roster and chat about this squad, because there was a surprising change for me personally, because I thought M80 did really well at the major. Certainly some heartbreak in stage number 2, but at the same time, there was a lot of very close series, and we felt like they were on the precipice of really cracking through and making noise. And then they take Hexton, bench him, and bring in JBA. Now, don't get me wrong. I think JBA is a great player. He deserves to be on a top team. The problem for me is that things were gelling well. Everyone had their role and understood it on M80. And I don't think of Hex as a star player. I think he has his role. He's a role player, and he plays his roles very well. But now you have JBA coming in, and I feel like he's more of that star that you kind of want to set up for opportunities the same way you would do for Lake. So now I feel like there's two conflicting roles happening here.
I think it's the biggest example of looking at a player that is very aggressive, is willing to play on extremities, but also get aggressive and be a playmaker. JBA, I think, is still, like you said, very good player, but it's filling that loss of Hex with a player that I think is a little bit more measured and passive and works really well when he has other teammates to work off of, when he's able to take his time and thread in this aggression. I would say a little less self-sufficient like Hex would be, and that's fine. That's just kind of the role that JBA fills. But it's a question as to how they get this team to mesh with that factor.
Yeah.
It's going to require other pieces to pick up the aggression. You're going to look more towards players like Slacks and even Sin at times to get a little bit more aggressive. We know Swisher's willing to as well. So that's kind of the big question that it creates here in this team.
Yeah, and we've also heard rumors that Lake is being targeted by G2. I don't know how much validity there are to those rumors, but apparently he'd be replacing Malbs, who Lake replaced when he joined M80. So that's really interesting to hear. But if that does happen, this is pure speculation right now, guys. Do you think Hex will come back to the roster? Do you think they'll bring him back and then kind of swap up JBA's role in the squad?
I could see that, because Hex has been, he's been able to play really good for M80, and I think that would, make sense if that was the case, if that was the scenario that they're dealing with. I mean, obviously, again, like you said, we don't know what the certainty is there, but yeah, I'm definitely interested in that prospect, because I feel like Hex was a good piece.
I really do too. And look, we'll see what happens here with Emmy. Let's focus in on this actual roster and get away from rumors. I feel like JBA and Lake underperformed kind of significantly in the Miami frag. I think if you compare NRG to M80, NRG was better like by leaps and bounds. They beat Gamer Legion and N9, and M80 lost to both those teams. I mean, that right there is your differentiator between what NRG has done with OC being the replacement for Zodic and versus JBA being picked up for Hex. So I feel like there's a lot of improvement to be had here. Do I think they can do it? Yes. I just still come back to, in my mind, I'm like, why is Hex not here? Why is Hex not part of this roster anymore? And it's hard to get away from that, honestly. But I mean, JBA has the opportunity to prove himself here and say, like, okay, this is the reason why they brought me on board.
Yeah, there's going to be growing pains with that factor as well, right?
Yeah.
Maybe that's why we don't see them have a amazing launch out of the gates, and that's fine. Again, like we said, it's going to take a little bit of time for them to get more comfortable and more used to how they're going to work together as a system.
So let's check out the vetoes now. I did want to talk about Regain before then, but I guess we're running short on time. But either way, we got the nuke ban coming through from Regain. This one was interesting because both M80 and Regain banned nuke, so I thought Regain might let it go and ban something else because they're at a disadvantage and maybe expect M80 to ban nuke, but they just throw it out right away. So M80 gets the choice of Inferno out of the picture, Ancient picked by Regain, Mirage picked by M80, and then finally a Train Decider. How do you feel about this?
I mean, I'm looking forward to the veto here and seeing some variety in terms of looking at the strong suits. Again, we're looking for the success of players that can come through on the extremity, and I definitely like seeing out of the gates this Ancient pick because it gives you so many different options, right? You can win throughout so many different angles. Mid obviously going to be a big point of emphasis and challenging this Regain roster and seeing if they can handle the pressure that M80 is going to apply them out of the gates.
Yeah,
that's going to be a big win condition for Regain is if they can shut down these pieces, because now I think it just opens up so many different opportunities for M80 to get both Lake and JBA comfortable.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I mean, this is a matchup that I know we talk about the previous one being one-sided, but we didn't have much of a history between the two teams. We've had recent matchups, or relatively recent matchups between Regain and M80, and it's been M80 dominating. I don't think Regain's had more than 6 rounds won overall in any map that they've played up against M80. We'll double-check that in a minute, but just talking about the pure stats here on the map. Ancient, of course, picked by Regain, which they're 5 and 6 on, but it's the one they're most comfortable playing. But M80's 5 and 1 on that against tougher competition. Mirage 12 and 3 for M80. That's their number 1 map. You look at Regain, and well, they're 4-0. Yeah, but 4-0 against probably advanced competition. No, not even close to the same level of teams. Yeah, like looking at Mythic, Money Crew, TSG, and Wanted Goons. Like that's not even close to what M80's been playing in terms of the team. So for me personally, I feel like this is a much heavier lean for M80. And checking again on those numbers, 6 was the most. It's 13-6, 13-6, 13-3, and 13-4 in favor of M80. It was in May and July of 2025 that happened, but still, I think that's still relevant because this Regain team hasn't changed much.
Yeah, and I think the biggest challenge here for Regain looking forward into the future is that the reason they're at this event, I think they're such good gatekeeper teams. They're really good at getting wins versus that advanced level competition, and they can do so in dominant fashion. I think their mechanics can help them out in that department. But then you look at whenever they take on some of the top dogs, and it almost always results in a tougher series for them.
Yeah.
Sometimes they show some decent results here and there. They can get close on maps, but usually it just leads to some dominant performances for teams like Voka, for teams like Boss. In general, they just struggle up against the Titans in NA.
I mean, and I wouldn't consider Boss on December 18th to be a Titan in NA either, because they were struggling a lot against pretty much everyone else. But even against Boss, they lost both times. Like it was decisive as well. And I think the Boss that we have now here is looking way better with Fang and Stanislaw joining up on that roster. They get so much scarier. But even then, my point is, like, Regain was struggling. So I don't have high hopes for them in this series. But let's bring up the roster. I don't think we had a chance to do that yet, if we have time. Oh, we don't have Regain. That's why. None of them have pictures, so that's why we can't show. But let's talk about them anyway, right? Because I think this team, will see them on screen, has a few interesting pieces, but in particular, Zukar. We talk about him every time. This is the guy that can actually keep up with some of the top teams in terms of his firepower.
I mean, he is the reason why they are kind of dominating some of the easier competition in NA, is that he usually is finding constant multi-kill opening tools. He's providing so much access, and it also is a scenario where they put so much emphasis and resources in setting him up that, he just becomes a absolute force to be reckoned with. The issue is, again, I think when you deal with these more dominant teams, they have so many protocols to shut down individuals finding success.
Yeah.
Like that's their bread and butter, is using utility, counteracting these aggressive duels. You get down into the lower levels, Zukar gets away with so many impressive plays, but it's just a different level of competition.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at the numbers, talk about openers. He's taken it 28.9% of the time, which is much higher than the second player, Marikiv, at 19.7, or Marikiv, excuse me. And it looks like a 1.14 rating for Zukar and 49.3% success when going for openers. So that's pretty good numbers on a team that struggles, or has been struggling against top competition. So we'll see if that, will have an impact. He's also great in terms of fragging. I think overall he's the highest rated player at 1.20 on the squad. So overall, Zukar is the guy to watch. Behind him, though, Cole, is there anyone else you want to highlight?
I mean, I would look towards players like Pazinko, who can have big moments, right? And again, expectations are that you're going to need the full team effort here if you want to challenge a team like M80. Kind of like what we saw out of Phoenix. That was their story all throughout those first 2 maps, was they had such good coordination and cohesion in all of these duels that even when you had Sonic and Bro finding big impact in opening duels, it didn't feel like it cost them in these maps overall. Whereas in this case, again, it is much more reliant on making sure that you can have Zukar firing on all cylinders. And if that's not the case, if we don't see all 5 show up in big ways, it is going to be a tough match.
Yeah, and I think another player to watch out for, probably Dirk, in terms of his ability to set his teammates up. He's got 0.75 flashes through him per round, 0.75 success rate as well, which means that that's how often he's able to flash opposition per round. And then you look at, in terms of his differential, plus 0.32. So he's doing pretty well. 0.08 flash assists per round, he's going to be important, but for different reasons than Zukar. Here we go. We're into the action on Ancient. This is Regain's map pick, and already some mayhem happening towards this B site. Back and forth we go. Advantage gain for Regain, but momentarily only, as Slacks will get the headshot and the follow-up. As soon as Dirk turns the corner, Slacks is like, I got a bullet with your name on it. And there we go, M80 off to a 1-0 start.
Yeah, that's a statement right there. Slacks bringing it on home with a brilliant headshot, able to knock it down clean and put on around here for M80. It's exactly what they're gunning for, so looking forward to seeing that. That was an absolute bloodbath on the B side. And being able to trade it back, and despite Regan, I feel like targeting the right site, the reactions from M80 so quick to rotate on in that they have all 5 ready to go before even the bomb goes down for Regan.
Alrighty. So Regain, although it was looking promising back and forth in that pistol round, it is M80 to take. And that's oftentimes what we're going to see. Pistol rounds are very much 50-50 a lot of the time in terms of your possibilities of winning it anyway. A lot of teams, though, coming up with some interesting strats as of late, so that's fun to see. However, we go into the second round with Regain not getting a bomb plant, and as a result, not going for the force buy. Excuse me, they did get a bomb plant there, didn't they? They didn't go for the force buy, though, which is the surprising part.
You got a deco going, and if you want to put a lot of emphasis on your deagle, you can try and get yourself a shot at winning the round without fully committing so that you still get a third round gun round. I don't mind it, but we'll see if they can get much going here. Got the utility being invested a lot of time to take some shots down range, but Slacks is cleaning it up. No casualties taken so far. It's not looking like they're too eager to start now here with Zukar on the other side of the map. Left outside looking in. Chasing down these last kills there will be Swisher. That seals the deal. Money being farmed up there with the MP9s. Now they'll go for a bonus, whereas Regain will bring that third round buy-in.
Yeah, and I think M80 looking pretty good in terms of their protocols already, and that's the thing that surprised me the most about the Frag Miami result, to see M80 not get into that grand final. Like, honestly, they always, to me, look like that team that should be, performing at the top of their game in North America, given everything they've achieved over the last couple of years. But for whatever reason, I don't want to say for whatever reason, obviously JBA being added to the squad it's an adjustment compared to the way Hex likes to play. You're already highlighting it with Hex being much more aggressive on his anchoring than JBA. So I think that that's something they have to adapt to. And even on Mirage, like, that's a concern for me, because I thought Hex changed their fortunes. They were bad on Mirage before Hex joined. I don't know if you recall, they were getting battered oftentimes, but Hex changed the game for them on B with the anchoring that he put forward, because he was taking aggressive fights into apartment, he was going out to mid, he was really making that map a lot more dynamic for M80.
I mean, on both sides of the half as well, right? He could do it on T side. That's what I talk about, the self-sufficiency, is that he was so good at that. And now you're going to ask JBA to try and get some of the same stuff down range. But speaking of activity here, Lake chasing it down, able to trade out his teammate for a little 1-for-1. Swisher's down low and playing somewhat aggressively here, taking some risk in towards Donut, or rather Cave, but not trying to give over that space. JBA playing it a bit passive here in Donut, trying to find a timing with that MP9, keep that up close and personal range as well with that MP9. Timing's everything right now in this position.
It's pretty good.
And he's looking to catch Zukar off guard. He completely does so. Trying to lead the pack, but looking for more. JBA finds a multi, and there's still another defender. Slacks is set up for so much success. Still an unknown quantity here. Seems like they're still pretty focused in. This is great awareness coming through, but it's tough to beat Slacks, even if you know where he is. Flashbang comes down range. Slacks will finish the job. Great positioning. Regain knowing where he's located, but still thriving.
Yeah, Slacks was the top-rated player in Miami for them, and we know why. I mean, he's a fantastic performer here on the squad with both the AWP and, of course, the rifles. He's been so good for them that AWP. Yeah, he's the author, right? Sorry, I'm getting a little tired. Travel fatigue here, but
jet lag.
Yeah, exactly. I blame jet lag. It's only 3 hours, but okay, let's say jet lag. But yeah, no, Slacks has been fantastic with the AWP and the rifle, a top performer for the squad, and has been a very key reason why M80 have been so very good. And you see another reason why, which is Lake, when he's on his game, absolutely tears through his opponents. Here it's just on the anti-eco, but they're not looking troubled at all here on Ancient.
No, not at all. Able to shut it down towards middle completely. Not much of an investment, but you do want to get some ground gained. And when you see rounds like that where M80 is just able to dominate mid-control, an obvious win condition for this map of Ancient, it's statements being made here out of the M80 camp. As you said, there's a lot of focus obviously on the new addition in JBA, but the core of this team still stands so tall. Between Sin's leadership in this roster, constantly developing, constantly keeping them on top for so long, despite some of the changes that they've had to go through throughout the years. And alongside that, Slacks being a constant, Swisher being a constant, it feels like this team continues to develop. And as you said, Slacks and Sin a big part of that.
I think that core is, like you mentioned, like really, really strong here for M80, and that's absolutely a reason why they've been able to consistently have success, even with their 4th and 5th being swapped out a couple of times now. 5th round of play, already damage done onto Regain. Smoking to get tossed. We didn't get a chance to do predictions, but I mean, I think we were both leaning into a 2-0 for M80. I don't think there's anything else would be a shock for us.
Yeah. I mean, I'm definitely there right now, and again, Phoenix kind of left some surprises, but M80 making sure so far that there are no surprises here. It's locked out again. Recycled smoke, well timed. They avoid the op shot. When you see that boosted up, you kind of feel out the resources that are being spent towards B. So trusting in the rifling work here of Lake to lock it down on that B bomb site and having that double up in towards Cave, that could be such a surprise. See where the priority is on the focus, but even Lake kind of playing over towards that Cave side. And Swisher going 1 for 1, but there's that element of surprise there. Sin able to strike. Zukar falls, and man advantage maintained with tough control to try and gain here for Regain.
Lake has to be careful here, but he is in fact going to win that duel with Amerikiv. And it will be Fizenko and Dirk, the last two standing here in a 4v2. Bomb is planted, but it's not going to be easy. There's a lot of firepower coming their way, and there you go. JBA and Sin will take it down. What I wanted to say was Lake had to be careful for 2 reasons. One, to try and win the duel, but for a second, if he gives away his position and he dies, then they know that's where Sin is. But because he doesn't give his position away, it's a double-man setup over in Cave that wasn't expected, of course, by the side of Regain. So yeah, bomb gets planted, but that's really all that Regain take out of that round.
Yeah, they're doing such a good job of making sure that Zukar is shut down. I mean, Zukar having some impact here and there, but for the most part, we've seen him fall with his side turned, with his back turned. So it's just been catching it by surprise. He's trying to make these opening moves that he's so good at, and finding yourself caught by surprise is so frustrating as an opening player, because you try and get a read on the game, you try and experience a little bit of success, give your team some ground to work off of, and it just doesn't work just yet.
I think there's a lot of pressure on his shoulders too, right? Because he feels like, I'm the guy who has to do it. I'm the one who's putting up the numbers usually, and he's trying to force the issue a lot of the times to make that happen. And it's just, against a team like M80, it's not going to work. You really have to work with your teammates, have them set you up with flashes, and not be on a one-man mission to try and do it all.
Yeah, I mean, he's looking a bit ahead of the pack in terms of his positioning, and that's again a tough position to be in versus this M80 squad. Find yourself in hot water quickly. We'll see if they can start to strike back here on this T side. Playing behind the utility, but waiting for a late mid collapse. They're trying to work through shelf. They're trying to work through middle. But right now, met by a plethora of smokes, and Swisher in this K position, also a huge luxury for this team. He plays so active and aggressive, can contain that space. A nifty wall banger is usually good for a couple of those in a map, and can create a lot of opening duels.
Something exciting happening on the A stream, I think.
I know.
We're hearing some noise.
Getting loud.
Yeah. Either way.
And the NA crowd always delivers.
Yeah, they do. That is for sure. Need more of these events, I'll tell you that right now. I'd love to have some more, some tier 1 LAN events in North America would be nice. If any TOs are listening, please do. I mean, fl0m might do it soon. I mean, we're getting there, right?
Keep it rolling.
This is tier 1 NA, of course. 5-0 in favor of M80. And it could be 6. And it will be 6. Oh my goodness, like absolutely tearing through. He gets a reload off and almost a 4th. Oh, that was almost completely disgusting from Lake, but Swisher will pick up the frag and get the trade immediately. Dirk, the last one standing this round, is likely cooked for Regain.
Not much you can do right now. I mean, smokes are going to fade away, and that's going to lead to his instant demise. Op shot rattles off. 6 rounds in a row due to. M80 showing no signs of stopping right there. Brought to you by Lake, just firing down range. And again, it's more of an example of just catching them by surprise. There's no one looking up shelf, and a bit of an oversight for Regain leads to 3 freebies.
This is why those rumors are existing for Lake, right? Being picked up by a European squad just because of how strong he's been on this M80 squad. But I think it's more like because of how good Mobs was and how attention was attracted in his direction. Not to take anything away from Mobs. I think he was a fantastic player for a really long time, but it is a testament to M80 and their scouting and their ability to find these players that can fit the role really well. I think every pickup has been really good. The reason I hesitate there for M80, but it's just because I feel like the JBA Hex swap was the only one I'm like, I don't know how I feel about it, but still, JBA is fantastic, so you can't blame them. Zukar, there we go! With the Tech 9 on a round where it's unexpected, gets a couple entering in towards the A site. Line up with the op, but of course unknown to Slacks because the smoke was in his way. Bomb gets planted. I wouldn't count M80 out of this yet. But the problem is that was, an armor Tech 9 buy-up, and that means they've got rifles with armor behind them. M80 looking at the scoreboard saying, guys, it's 6-0. We've got the money. We can go for this if we want to.
It's going to be a tough time here. Flashbang through the smoke, and they're really going to have to wait this one out. Meanwhile, Regain holding up their post inside of Temple, trying to draw out that contact here. Time is ticking. And then finally a smoke goes down on top of that bomb. They catch him by surprise there by forcing him out of the volley. The AG for the smoke. It's a chase down coming through out of Slacks.
No way!
They sneak the defuse right in front of them as Slacks goes full shotgun up. And M80 steal away a 7th.
What? That is insane. They just stormed the site. That was like no room for error at all, right? The smoke had to get thrown down. Immediate defusal had to come through throughout a frenzy of firefights going on around him, right? So absolutely fantastic from M80. They pull it off again under any other circumstance. If this is if that was a 3-3, or excuse me, 3-2 scoreline, or 3-3 even, yeah, they might have backed off and gone for the save, right? In that situation, but because it's 6-0, because they won so convincingly in the previous rounds, and of course they've got so much money, they say, well, let's send it. Let's see what happens. And send it they do to a 7-0 lead.
Yeah, that's impressive stuff right there. You can see a retake drawn up right there where every piece has to move in unison. And right now, moving from behind right there's Lake. Catching him not really off guard, but still being able to win the duel.
Oh my
and again,
God.
it's just more pressure all over the map.
This is a slaughter.
Swisher turning around quickly for another. And there's just absolutely no room to breathe here. Great positioning from Slacks. He'll hit the tripwire. Zero hesitation, and Zukar, flashbang, hoping to make something. Won't even be able to get past the first. JBA shuts it down, and this is the sort of performance we expect when we look at this matchup here. Is M80 being able to dominate on all fronts and suffocate this offense, and there's just no ground to be gained.
No, not at all. I mean, every time Regain looks one direction, they've got a player in the other direction closing in on them immediately. You put it perfectly. They're suffocating them.
I mean, again, the amount of times we see them get shot in the side of the head has to be infuriating, right? You want a chance at a couple fair duels here and there. If you're on the side of Regain, a couple 50-50s to go your way, and maybe you can win those out, trusting the firepower, but that just hasn't been a luxury. And this time, a speed up towards that B bomb site. Good place, Molly, to try and force out some damage. They'll run through it and take this A bomb site, so an opportunity to make something work here.
I don't know if it's taken yet. Yeah, I mean, the Molotov gets thrown onto the site. It slows them down, and a smoke break in favor of Blake allows them to get a frag here. They still haven't gone into the plant bomb there. They're going to try it. The lineup's going to be there, you'd think, for the shot to the smoke. Oh, it's a little late. Sin does get the frag in the end. It is leaning towards M80, but look at Fl0m and Marakiv. They're managing to hold on to this site.
Now trying to buy time right now. This flank is coming through, though. In the meantime, Slacks gets caught by surprise. Now fl0m looking to try and close it out by chasing it down, but a quick reaction out of Sin just deletes him. Not a chance. Marakiv in the clutch here. 1v1. Sin trying to chase him down, and will find the kill in the end, keeping things flawless. Just when they need him, Sin will be able to deliver.
That was almost really impressive from fl0m and Marakiv. I think I would even argue that it was impressive. They got 4 frags in a 2v5. Things looked so dire for them. I mean, look, great attempt there at the very least from those two. But at the end of it, M80 just has too many pieces. And what's nice about M80 is their spacing's usually pretty good, and that was the case there. They're getting trades back and forth, and eventually, even though fl0m and Marakiv do a lot of damage, it comes down to that 1v1, and Sin is in a prime spot to ensure that Marakiv wouldn't have a chance. So, timeout called by Regain, 9-0 for M80, completely dominant. Yes, we've had a couple of close rounds where it's come down to a 1v1, but outside of that, M80's just kind of been running through them.
M80's, kind of got everything you could ask for right now. They're dominating in the early rounds, and if they don't, they've got the clutch factor to bring it on home as well. So, there's just no missing pieces here. Everyone's having their moments in the sun, and things are looking easy for M80 so far. Another timeout. I mean, you can see Regain trying to, push for some ground in this matchup. They've called out a couple of, pacey A executes, and when you can at least try and get the bomb down, it's always a good sign. But the protocols here from M80 just throwing that molly down and knowing that they can do a lot of damage as you plant that bomb. Smart decision making from them. Mid collapse coming through. Flashes just don't work, and Lake lines him up. Another one on the fadeaway. You gotta be kidding, man. He's just a beast in middle, giving him no ground.
He reminds me of Carson.
He got another.
Oh my god. He plays like Carson on Ancient. I think that's like the best comparison I can think of for another NBA player, but like with the oh, there's the ace for Lake. Sasha is gone. 16 frags for Lake. But what I was gonna say
Just
was
does
like,
whatever he wants.
Yeah, he does whatever he wants, but like in a system that's so structured around him that he can do even more. And also, I find mechanically Lake is even more powerful and potent than Carson is. So I feel like he's one of the best players in North America in terms of pushing and taking that space on this map.
That's definitely a win condition here for a map like Ancient, being able to dominate this mid control. Another round where you just see, if Regain wanted to try that part of the map early in a round, sometimes you can try and chance these duels out towards middle if you have the proper setup and the flashes, but the flashes aren't connecting and the kills are just flowing for Lake. And there you go. They do a bit of a delayed approach here this time around, and they're able to capture some control towards middle, so a little bit of promise, and there's some opportunities at hand here. You see that rotation out of Slacks is so well put, though. He's going to be able to cover Red Room off.
Yeah, that's a really good rotation. I mean, still, with the op, this is a probable trade for Regain. We'll see. Oh, Lake finds the first. That could divert their attention in that direction. We'll see. And I really like this lineup, like you already said. If Slacks gets his first cleanly, he can just back off. Doesn't have to worry about Zukar trading him out. Oh, they're both going to go around the corner at the same time. Hits the Lake shot. Did he hit both? No, he didn't. He only hit one. Pulls out the pistol. Gets another. But it is going to be Zukar eventually finding Slacks. He's the last one standing with 9 HP. And Zukar is domed by Lake, who continues his absolute tear on Ancient with his 17th and 18th frags. The closest player to him on the server is his teammate Slacks at 12 frags. Both of them are playing phenomenal here. In fact, the entire squad on M80 is doing really well.
They got max money. They got 4 AKs and an op for the last round of play. That's just goes to show how dominant.
Everyone can drop like 2 ops on the ground. Pretty much.
A couple of retake ops, a couple of retake eagles. Something for the road, some flashes on the floor.
Drop them for the next half.
Yeah.
That'd be nice if you could. A little unbalanced, I would say, if that happened. Anyway, Zenko's going to get the space onto the A site. There's Lake again, though. Op shot through the smoke, goes by the wayside. A little bit of spam from Lake, throws the nade out. This is a man with his feet on fire. He does not want to shy away from any fights. Now the bomb going to attempt to be planted here.
No.
Center the smoke, testing out the station Lake. There goes Lake out of the door there, and he will get one. Zukar swinging around, finally having impact, but it is short-lived with Slacks connecting on the op. Bomb still not planted throughout all of that mayhem. Sasha, Mac 10, not enough. Slacks ends it 12-0 in favor of M80.
Nice 20 bomb there for Lake in the first half. Not too bad, if you ask me. But, M80 coming through a step above the expectation here, that's for sure. And then they're bringing through the performance that we kind of anticipated.
This is what we anticipated from NRG in the previous one, but also I feel like M80 versus NRG, when they're facing an opponent that is at a level below them, they're more consistently taking care of them in a very handy fashion, right? Whereas NRG can have those maps they're going to lose and they're going to struggle a little bit and face the adversity and then eventually close it out at the end. M80 has gotten past that hurdle in their journey in North America.
Yeah, they've had a lot of very, incredibly dominant runs in North America throughout their campaign as well. So, they're no stranger to dealing with the competition, dealing with the surprise factor that some of these, underdog teams can bring to the table. And right now, they are certainly dealing with the underdog, that's for sure. See if they can lock it in for the final round here. And already a little dink to make matters worse. Never fun to, lose that fight with the USP.
When did we start this map? I'm trying to think.
30?
Yeah,
8:30?
it's been 20 minutes. It's very fast here.
Yeah.
In this one. Could be over in 1 more minute. M80. They get this pistol round. 12 in a row required for Regain to push overtime. Feels like too tall of a task for a team that has yet to pull off even over 6 rounds in any of the previous maps they played.
Hey.
But here we go. fl0m and Zukar with the dualies in less than a second find 3 frags and then the 4th. JBA, last one standing, no bomb, likely no chance. And there you go. A round on the board, at least some pride salvaged here by Regain, but it's still 12-1.
Oh, they're so back. This is the start of something big.
Yeah.
It's a good
Perhaps.
pistol, though. I mean, double dualies in towards Donut is always, fun. That's always a good solution on a pistol round. So they got a little bit of a mix-up here, Regain. Looking for the claw back here. And meanwhile, M80 not interested in playing with their many opportunities here. They're just looking to make it 13-1 with a force buy in order. Lake given the Galil here for this one. So we'll see what they can make do here with a limited investment. With how sharp they've been shooting. That'll be the biggest surprise. Right now the bomb kind of positioning itself towards the A side. Looking for a bit of a drawn-out approach here. With a single lurk over there towards B. Swisher trying to cause a bit of commotion. And Zukar, the sole defender on the A site proper, but does have some quick backup.
I really like the A approach when you're more limited in terms of your hardware because you can swing around and use the box for cover once you get through towards the site and at least gain that space. It's the real challenge is getting past Donut. That's the difficult part. And you're going to see it here. Lake does get a trade. And then you've got the pincer attack. Lake with a second. How many is he at now? 22. There goes the bomb plant. They know that someone's around the smoke. It is Dirk. He spams through it. And it's a 4v3 for M80. Guns to be recovered. They just have been. Sin's got the A4. Slacks the A1S, and it feels like M80 are ready to close out this map.
Just more time buying measure. Double up in towards Donut here, so tough to break through. Great flashbang to get him there, but still Sin holds the line.
Oh, man.
Will not let them pass here. Shuts it down with Slacks, the finishing touches, and it is incredibly quick. 13-1 victory. As you can see, Sin shaking it off there with how fast that one went through there. I mean, just more dominance out of this M80 squad. It just feels like even in that last round, you can kind of see the picture that they painted there with that one Swisher flash, drawing out the attention. They just make their opponents do exactly what they want.
And you can see a team that's frustrated with the way they performed in Miami. I think that's the number one thing. They thought they could do better. They thought they should have done better and made it to that grand final. And here they're out with something to prove. And I think that's, sometimes losing in those types of situations helps you move forward more than winning will. And you say, okay, what did we do wrong? What happened there? Gives you a chance to analyze and reflect. And I think absolutely winning like this, although it's expected, right, against a team like Regain, I think that it's still, one thing to expect it and have it, and another thing to have it happen, right, like the way it did.
It's a huge motivator for them to kind of get things back on track here, that's for sure, right? Like you said, there's a lot of things that you can focus on in terms of being able to, get everyone on the same page here and have a lot more trust in each other. I think that's, the discussions that you have after tough losses and frustrating events is how you can get back to winning ways. And definitely seems like that's a conversation that M80 have heading into this event by how they just played. And now they're going to look to continue that conversation, into a second map. And again, I feel like this event's so open and in the air for any one of these teams. If M80 can capture this, rise up in the VRSs like Energy's been doing, be more of a mainstay, that would be a huge detail.
Absolutely. All right, well, we're going to hit the break. When we come back, we'll see if M80 can close this out on their map pick of Mirage.
Two-step, then I bring it right back. Two-step, then I bring it right back.
When you say my name, when you're thinking it out loud, but I love those days when there's no one else around. I can feel your heart close to mine. In the night, my sleep talking about you with me. I could die just thinking about you when you're not with me. Oh, this time you fill my head and all my daydreams of you. In the night, my sleep talking about you with me. I could die just thinking about you when you're not with me. Oh, this time you fill my head and all my daydreams of you. Can't get enough of you. Can't get enough In the night, my sleep talking about you with me. I could die just thinking about you when you're not with me. Oh, this time you fill my head and all my daydreams of you. In the night, my sleep talking about you with me. I could die just thinking about you when you're not with me. Oh, this time you fill my head and all my daydreams of you.
This joint right here is going out to everybody. This joint right here is going out to everybody.
Can't get enough of you.
All right, we're back here with fl0m Mythical LAN Las Vegas 2026, brought to you by Monster Energy. We're getting ready for map number 2 here between M80 and Regain. And the thing is, on that first map, it was over before we could even blink. 13-1 for M80. Now they go to their map pick, where they've been 13-2 on Mirage over the last 3 months. I mean, we talked about Hex impact here on this map and bringing them back and making them more competitive. But I think that we said even with Hex gone, it could be a different story, because they did struggle before he was added to the squad. But I think they know now what works on Mirage for them, so they can probably swap JBA into similar roles and probably be okay.
Yeah, and ask
ask
similar
him,
things
exactly.
that what Hex was able to provide this roster. That's kind of what you're hoping to get, and especially after what we just saw in map 1, the way that they constantly were surprising this Regain squad was I feel like it's tough for them to make a game plan that doesn't really work out in this map as well. I mean, they just did such a good job of staying, surprising, of suffocating out the T side that Regain was trying to get together. Not a lot really working for themselves.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I think Regain's going to need a huge performance here on Mirage. Like, we already mentioned it before, 4-0 on the map, but it's like, it's not a stat that we can bring to this match and have it have any relevance because of the teams that they were playing throughout that run. So, yeah, again, not feeling good on the chances for Regain here. Maybe if Zukar can have more of those big moments, like he had one where he was getting that 2K entry, but outside of that, it was very quiet.
Yeah, absolutely. You're hoping to see that on Mirage. I'm going to get a map that I feel like Regain can trust a lot more in that firepower, and it's, I would say, a lot easier to set up Zukar for success. But going to need to see him have a absolute monster map, and that's going to be a tough ask here versus this M80 squad that's looking absolutely in top shape. We got a little bit of aggression here on the pistol. Oh my god, not a chance to even fire a bullet. And Lake just continues his success story here. B is completely toast. They've got an execute, but it's an empty bomb site. Numbers getting punched in, and already great post plants.
Yeah, this is going to be really difficult. I mean, talking about it's a pistol round, right? Anything can happen, but like you mentioned, these post plant positions are so strong, and Regain's coming in from the same angle, all 4 players. How do you get out of this? I think the answer is you don't. Well, there's a nice shot at the very least from Mariki, but it's the only one they get. JBA and Swisher put down a couple more, and then JBA with the last over on Dirk. It is 1-0 for M80, who don't look like they've missed a beat since that last map.
Yeah, definitely a scary tone setter right there. I mean, you're looking at M80 just taking charge, and the first bullets out of Lake's Glock are a double headshot, and I mean, that's just terrifying stuff. Regain wanted to apply a little bit of pressure, maybe had some sort of read. Maybe M80 not touching the B bomb site all that much on pistols, and that's why you would maybe see that aggression, but they just had so much ready. That play blows up in their face instantly.
Immediate window smoke thrown by M80. Don't want to take their foot off the gas here. JBA already towards top mid. Big stack here from Regain, as you would expect, given that they're on the eco round, I believe. Yes, they're on the eco. So they're taking a gamble, going towards A. Now that smoke and connector might keep them on the site, and it feels like M80 want to push them towards A and then go B potentially with the lurk towards apartments, but in fact that might not be the case.
Just good protocols here, systematically working that map control, not really skipping steps in terms of the utility that they're tossing to work through these progressions. Got that great molly in towards a nice shot. Zinko puts one down quickly there. The trade is just as fast, though, and JBA starting to threaten even more. That aggression successful. They've got an idea that Mercute is close by, and we'll deal with him as well. So no surprises here for M80. Despite that nice shot to open things up, the deagles from the rest of them not as effective just yet, and coverage still had for the bomb plant. There's going to be Sasha left to try and walk away with a couple prizes. See what his deagle can do. But M80 dealing with the deco pretty effectively.
Indeed they are. I think it's pretty much what we've seen on the previous map. Some flashes here and there for Regain, but nothing that really gives them potential control of a round. JBA, the last one onto Sasha. 4K for him. Racking up the anti-eco frags. Now the guns will come out. Maybe? Not really, actually. That's surprising. Instead going for a half buy instead of fully investing after an eco round. Okay. They really want to wait for that full buy-up. And you see, that's a lack of confidence for sure.
Yeah, I mean, or you know, kind of a priority to get that AWP in play as a staple for this defense as well. But yeah, I see what you're saying there. Well, they need that to get these rounds on the board, or at least that's what they think on the CT side.
You shouldn't feel like a need to wait for the AWP to come out, is my point. Like, yes, it's important, but you need to make more impact before then, and maybe it doesn't matter if you have a full buy or not in this round. 2 MP9 kills threaded through immediately. A 4v2 for Regain, just like that, as M80 walks into the stack. They still have the bomb, so they can back off of this, but it's a really tough spot for Sin. Like, he's going to have to fight a double team here, and he can't do it. Zukar gets the shot. That's a surprise.
Yeah, huge victory right there. Set up well with the stack. And M80 this time thinking that it was going to be maybe a more structured gun round. I mean, I can't blame them for expecting that. And when you spot out stacks on gun rounds, it's kind of a surprise, but then it ends up being one of those ecos. So get around early and they don't fully invest for it. They grab a couple AKs as their reward as well. And now it's just Swisher left to try and find some exit damage if possible. Put a little bit of pressure. But a big victory, a big pickup for Regain. They needed something to spark on this best of 3. And this round could be it.
Swisher. Moving around here, just trying to keep the AK. Yeah, I mean, like, look, there's a lot of positives here for Regain, right? They don't fully invest. They do it with the MP9s, even though I'm questioning them and saying they lack confidence, and then they win the round anyway, so they're making me eat my words. But yeah, I mean, tons of money gained. Look at that, 6K. They've got guns available from the previous round. They can buy up here. That is a huge boost for the squad. Now, the question remains, is it even going to make a difference up against M80 or not? We'll see, but it's nice for them to at least get around on the board a lot sooner than they did on that previous map of Ancient.
Yeah, absolutely. Able to get it earlier than they might have anticipated. This investment going to be scrappy here. There's going to be less utility here. Try and toss down range, and a lot of emphasis out of Regain towards middle control. There's that AWP in play that they prioritize so much. Trying to thread in some success towards middle. No opening duels proceeding, and missed shot out of the gates. Fortunately, does not get punished for it. But whenever you can trust in those opening duels and get those sort of shots with the op, you want to make sure to knock them down. So still a luxury to have this 5v5 for M80.
Slow down in the pace here. As M80 looking towards that A site potentially. Regain, 2 players waiting here, a third lurking in the shadows towards jungle.
Could be an execute with 3 flashes on this T side. That does feel like a tricky task, but right now it does seem like they're manipulating the defense pretty effective. I mean, there's a triple up towards this B side. They're putting pressure on Catwalk right now, so it might further confirm the suspicions here of Regain.
I don't know. I feel like you send these 2 players B and try and attract the rotation. That's what they're going to do. At least they show face there, so that'll keep those 3 players there. No, the read is on immediately. Regain realized that was just a gamble there by M80 to try and go through. It doesn't matter. Lake, Swisher, and JVA get 3 frags immediately, and Swisher gets the 4th. Dirk, the last one standing. I said a gamble. What I meant was that it was M80 just throwing a fake in their direction, and Regain realized that very quickly because it wasn't convincing, right? Just sending a couple of players to shoot, rattle off some shots, and they back off. So I understand why Regain had the read. It didn't matter anyway, Cole.
No, it did not. I mean, that was just a really well put together round from M80 to force the defense to stack over that B side. As you said, that's 2 players walking up Catwalk, and when that's the case and you don't have any map control, you hear 2 players walking up Catwalk, you're probably thinking it's a B split. I can't blame them for jumping the rotate a little bit and applying some more players towards that B side, but they were ready the whole time in A main with 3, and the Cat players didn't overcommit and lose their lives for free there. They just sold the fake effectively and ran away. And so there's the bite back immediately from M80. You get some ground gained here for Regain, and you just fall underneath you as soon as you do. Dark positioning, it felt promising. Like, he got a lot of shots off. They just weren't connecting. And if those op shots did connect, I feel like there was more of a chance, but at least a promising sign that he's in position to find those duels.
Smoke gonna get tossed there for apartments. 1:13 on the clock, and M80 are not wasting any time, it seems, getting this mid control. They've already got it. 2 players up, 1 in underpass, 1 towards boxes. And now, since they've got that position, they'll set the remaining players up to hit towards the A site. 1 in Palace, 2 from Ramp. fl0m, along with Dirk, this is, I mean, it's ambitious, it's bold. They could catch M80 off guard, but it won't last long. Yeah, you gotta hit your shots immediately. They don't. Swisher survives long enough to spray down fl0m and riddle him with AK bullets. Marakeev spotted. What a flash. That is so perfect, right? Marakeev has maybe a second to fire shots before the flash goes off. ABA hits 1 and almost walks out towards the A site. Zukar is going to finish him off. And it's just, it's so difficult if you're Regame, because every time you take a step forward, there's 2 steps back. Oh, maybe not this time.
Didn't account for Sasha there in CT, so still able to threaten a couple of kills. The bomb is in a very awkward location. Sasha trying to defend it here, but he's going to get double swung high and low. Can he find both kills? Not quite. The swing too much right there, and Lake able to cap it off with the finishing blow. M80 going to get their 4th on the board here, lock it in, and move forward. A little bit of a fear factor, but again, it's all the unknowns for Regain that are catching him here. They do get some A aggression going through, but M80 are prepared for it. They punish it. And that's the start of their map control. That's the start of their information. They don't have any ground towards middle. They're playing these passive angles, and you kind of mentioned it, maybe a lack of confidence. It's tough to blame them after that first map, but
yeah,
that's where you start to play very passive, and that's where, you know, again, the game can feel like it's slipping away from you on the defense.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough for your Regame because you know you're outmatched. You know that it's difficult to go up against a team like M80, and you're trying your best, but it's only natural that you might go for, or try to favor more of the full buys than going for force buys, and this is tough. I mean, there's really nothing. Zukar gets 1, but it's just an isolated fight, and Lake will finish him off. 3K for Lake, 9 for him on the map, 9 for JBA as well, and M80 looking like a well-oiled machine in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, the good news is they still got their stars here on this M80 squad, and they do shine right now. Lake is, you know, dropped 20 kills in the first half.
Looks ridiculous, yeah.
Continues to bring in that level here on this map and controlling middle over and over again. It's the last thing you want to see if you're Regain, is him find constant multi-kills every single round. Because it's not going to get any easier. He's just going to continue to heat up here. And look at the position. And look at the confidence here from Lake.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. I mean, he's already towards bench. I don't think the cap players are going to expect it. They're trying to go for the boost right now. He's into window.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, boy. That's going to be bad for Regain. It's only a matter of time. Hey, look, they've gained the A side as well. The smokes are good. Regain, in the meantime, are going for aggression up mid, and they get caught there, and they can't go back to the A site. There is that spam through the smoke that connects for 1. It's just not going to be enough, because look where Lake is. He's been waiting in the shadows the whole time, gets himself onto the smoke, spots the player on stairs, but it doesn't even matter. An absolute slaughter again from M80, and 6-1 in their favor.
Just doesn't get easier here for Regain. It feels like they're trying to get themselves in position, but they had to fall off of the A bomb site, run away in fear. And all the while, Lake is in a position where he's cutting off any sort of supports. There's just, again, it's suffocation this time on the other side of the half here. That we get to see it from their T side. But it's all a game of map control right now, and M80 are winning every facet of it. And again, it's going to come down to if Regain can actually stop this, and if they can do so as soon as possible.
I don't see that path. Right now, I don't see a way to stop this bleeding. Marakeev might. Eagle out, goes for the flick headshot. Instead, he gets a bullet to the dome, delivered by Sin. 5v4 for M80. Swisher going to underpass again. They're storming into this A site. They've been abusing it round after round in an anti-eco situation. It's, well, pretty much the same as when guns are out, let's be honest. It's been quite dominant from M80. Zukar and Sasha just trying to stay alive, I think. They're going for exits, hoping for upgrades, but this one's done again. 7-1 for M80, one way or another.
Yeah, looking like it here. And also M80 in this position, no, why would we hunt? Not much of a need here, knowing what the buy was coming through from Regain, so
yeah,
they'll keep their distance here nicely.
I think if anything, if they do go for a hunt, it's going to be very calculated. You're going to
Yeah.
make sure you have players going and collapsing so that if you lose a one, they're going to have immediate trade, and that's exactly what
They're going
doing.
XQB.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I mean that's what they're doing, and they're going from CT. And I mean, look, as you what?
Hey,
Whoa!
same
Lake.
team, man.
Ah,
You're gonna do that to your friend Swisher. Now he's not gonna trade you.
No,
How you like that.
no, you won't. JBA does.
He's not going. He's not letting that assist show in the
I
scoreboard there.
honestly, I don't know if that was just a misclick or something, or he flicked over.
Yeah, it
and
was a
he's like,
misclick.
Okay. Misclick. Have a little too much fun, M80. 7-1 in their favor. 9th round of play.
I think Lake's just bloodthirsty.
Yeah, even against his own teammates.
You got to
Needs all
continue
the
to practice
frags.
that aim.
Jesus. 13-2. JBA 12-3. I mean, this is when you look at the JBA pickup and go, okay, this isn't bad. You know, when you have 25 frags amongst JBA and Lake. And he is being aggressive right into those
Yeah.
apartments. We talked about it. You know, it's exactly what Hex was doing. You know, when he was anchoring down that B site. So it's good to see that they learned their lessons. Even though Hex is no longer part of this roster. And I mean, Hex is going to find a home too eventually. He's just too good not to have a team.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, Zukar's going to get the opener. That's something that Regain haven't had much of.
Oh, the jump spotting a bit awkward right now. Molly bounces back out of apartments here. This is pure panic for Sasha,
no.
who's feeling overwhelmed and blown up. Calling in for some reinforcements here, and he does a good enough job to stall them out. You know, mission failed successfully.
Yeah, I
would
guess so.
say.
I guess so.
So now they kind of have to catch their breath here and restructure. It's a lot of utility put out on the T side, but they're still going to just re-execute A, and
And the
it's
thing
such
is,
a passive hold.
Regain have not had any success on the A site when M80's hitting it, and they've still got enough utility. I think they've got 1 smoke, 3 flashes, and a Molotov. It's not great, but it's about where they choose to throw that 1 smoke. Usually you have to do the jungle connector smoke, and that's exactly what they're going to choose. Molotov's going to go through, flashbangs as well, and now they can just focus on CT, which is honestly their only threat right now. AW for Dirk hits the shot. He's going to get traded. No, but the flashbang comes in, and eventually, yes, the trade is successful. They take their time on M80, and as a result, they find the success again. Round not over yet, though. 3-3.
Oh no, it was a team flash there. Zukar tried to turn the corner, but couldn't quite fully. Now we'll see if they can hold up their post. There is a trade offered up by Swisher. Now it's to keep some good footwork there to try and fight towards jungle, but can't quite do so. Slack's now left
They
into
don't
the
know.
clutch. Another opportunity for him to show up, but a smoke on top of the bomb as well. Going to make his op so much more difficult, and a missed op shot. Not doing him any favors. 5-second defuse, sticking it. Finally finds the kill, but the bomb will be defused.
Okay.
And Regain going to get back on the board there. A tough victory in the 3v3, but they managed to make do.
That's good. I mean, you get a second round at the very least. It wasn't easy. 3v3, as you mentioned. I think that's the best post-plan situation that Regain have had so far, and they actually
Yeah.
capitalize on it, which is really nice. I think it was a little awkward for JBA, and I think it was Lake as well with him, or Sin?
Swisher.
Swisher, excuse me. Yeah, there you go. I didn't even pick the right player twice. No, JBA and Swisher in that position towards CT, just awkward. The flashbang came through, and as you mentioned, yes, it did end up being a team flash, but it was also JBA who couldn't see anything either. So both team members effectively struggling for vision. But in the end, it does favor Regain. JBA gets the first traded out immediately, though. And it will be a 4v4, so even numbers again. And this is similar to the previous round where M80 tried to go towards that B site. Or, excuse me. That was over in Palace. But what I was going to say is M80 were moving towards B, but they started to get a little bit antsy and didn't really want to commit.
They stalled him out. I think also you see that JBA kill, and you're thinking, okay, well, maybe we don't need to rush this. They're still going to have a decent B hold just given the start of the round. And so they rethink the decision, but are still looking interested at the end of the day here. They want to link up this cat play as well, and so add an extra prong of approach to this attack on B. An extra rotate coming through as well. Should be quick in the form of Vasinko, but he doubles back in towards the window side of things, so he's still going to be a little bit delayed. Your double cat setup has to hold strong, and it certainly will. 2 quick kills, op recovered. Sight going to be lost because of it, but still helping out from the catwalk. Sasha provides another one. Massive 3K here. Able to clutch out that last round, but can't continue to deliver here. 1v3 ahead of Lake, and he gets cut off before the clutch even formulates right there. Nice shot coming through from Sasha.
Okay.
The win condition in the back-to-back rounds here.
That's something. That's something. I think what Slack's missing those shots is surprising, though. It's in the previous round he missed a shot, and right there as well in a key situation towards Cat. So, I mean, I think that's the one, I don't want to say negative, but like disadvantage, let's say, of your riflers being the one getting all the frags. Your Opera doesn't get to heat up or warm up, right? And we're seeing that happen here for M80. But they're still up 7-3. Still have enough money to buy, too, even after losing those 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, your Opera just doesn't really have to go into playmaking mode when you're having this level of success.
Yeah.
But now he is looking like that. And there you go. Able to find a massive opening. Finally able to thread in a little bit of success here, but a multi-kill coming through. Slacks heating up in a big way. Knowing a couple missed opportunities slipped through his grasp. He's coming through in this round ready to play. Instead, he's made a move through the smoke. So an opportunity to take control over here towards the A side. A very empty bomb site.
fl0m waiting at CT. M80 are grouped up. They've taken control of Con. They're going to throw the smoke so that the Cat players can't have any impact. Juggling utility a little bit, making sure that everyone's got the right piece. Because there's going to be a flash storm for CT. There comes the peek from JBA. Not blinding the Opera. JBA is lucky to be alive. Very fortunate. The flashes start to rain through. They're dedicating all the utility for this, and they're not winning the fights. Dirk hits the shot on JBA. They don't trade him. They don't know if fl0m's up close. And Sin falls as well. Oh no, M80 having some struggles now. 3 rounds in a row for Regain, who are trying to pull this back and make it a 7-5 half, which would be honestly pretty darn good.
Yeah, their aggression towards CT, I always like to see teams try and take that control, but it is tough to do in those 3v3s, and you see that passive setup. You don't know if they're A-mained, you don't know if they're Palace, so that's why you want to take the known quantity of a fight towards CT spawn, but that op presence, even though it's not even a connection, it's enough distraction to set up fl0m for success, and able to close it down. M80 getting caught in a couple of these. 3 rounds in a row. M80 call a timeout. The first time that they've, obviously lost any rounds in a row. But trying to stop them in their tracks here. Regain. Good battle back into a decent half.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see that CT side, though, from M80, because that's where they had a lot of their struggles before Hex joined. In terms of the defense on this map. Sure, we're seeing some issues here on their T side, but, CT side is where everything was really not going their way. Anyway, a Regain. Need, I don't want to say need to. A 4 rounds is already good, but a 5th would be a lot better if they can pull that across the finish line and end off this first half of action with 4. Make that, 4 rounds in a row. Dirk, looking with the AWP, aggressively postured here, hits the shot, and
oh,
moving
no!
away. No, he misses the window jump. He still gets through, but eventually run down by Swisher's Mac 10. However, because he does get through, he forces Swisher to commit, and Swisher is traded by Sasha, who's waiting around that corner. I think what Regain have done effectively here is they've read the opening play by M80 and just rotated everyone there. Just get as many bodies as you can in that direction to try and rebuff them and pad sites instead of trying to, hold other positions and just want to continue rotating.
There's that control towards CT that they want to take every round. Getting punished, getting fought back in that direction. Now going to commit to the bomb plant here, Slacks. Taking that risk here. Chance of the 2v4 with how good Lake's been. Definitely a possibility. But Slacks is the one with some pressure. He's going for a fight, can't win it. So gets shut down. Now it's all on the shoulders of Lake here. Looking to add to the tally. And this last round of half get absolutely destroyed by fl0m to cap things off. And a couple of hard fought for rounds for Regain. We'll give them 5 in total.
And now the question becomes, it's going to be 7-5 in favor of M80. How is M80's CT side? I mean, if you look at the stats over the last 3 months, it's phenomenal. Like, I think the numbers are really, really good for them. Probably in the mid 60% win rate, I would say. But now I want to see how JBA plays. I want to see how he's anchoring B. If assuming that he's directly taking Hex spot, which I imagine he will. It'll be curious if they get the success that they had with Hex on this roster.
I want to see them continue to show up here. That last time, again, the defense was just so dominant. They didn't shy away from any duels. Now that you see Regain fighting back a little bit, I do wonder if they'll have that same level of success. But right now, a decent setup here. Triangulated on this B side. Dual Berettas ready to go here for both Lake and JBA. Combining their efforts here on this A-bomb site now diving into the fray. Sides are turned and the isolated duels starting to be won out. The trade's needed though and caught in the corner. JBA falls. Eventually finds a couple of kills, but they're making their strides into the site.
Yeah, I mean, Sin's a bullet away from death, and there he falls. Dirk taking care of business. Swisher pushing the smoke, could catch someone off guard here. No, the swing from Dirk. And Regain are 1 round away from tying this one up. It looked like it was going to be another dominant performance from 80. 7-1 in their favor. And since that point, 5 unanswered round victories from Regain. It hasn't even been Zukar. I think that's the good news for them. Like, he's done some stuff, but Marakiv stepped up, Sasha as well. Fuzenko's had his moments, and even Dirk only had 5 frags. Those 5 frags have been impactful. So we'll see. You talked about it before. The whole team has to come through here for Regain to have success, and that's what we're seeing.
Yeah, that's what they need to do here. They're providing that here. Some extra coverage from the rest of the squad. Being able to follow through and get these victories. Fighting for some of these rounds right now. Of course, the force buy is going to continue from M80. They're going to keep that pressure on. Well, they haven't been able to win these last couple of rounds. Still willing to scrap it out with the full investment. They're doing a bit of an A-side stack of their own here. A lot of presents ready to go. Not enough block utility. There's no smokes or anything of that nature left at their disposal, so they're going to have to make it do with the firepower.
Oh, what a shot from JBA. A follow-up as
God.
well. That is the star power that this guy brings to the squad. Sin going to get one with the Deagle too. They don't even need the scouts. It's just the pistols doing the work. Oh, JBA, he's looking good on the movement. Just can't connect the shots, but Sin will. Everyone having a party with the Deagle, and then Sin gets the last as well. Scouts not required. M80 have restored their 2-round lead.
And again, we talked about this in our first series, but you're looking at a big win condition for these underdog teams is capitalizing when you win those pistols. You got to make it easier for yourself, and losing up against those force buys, losing up against those second round conversions is going to make things so much more difficult, and that's a momentum stopper from M80. They had 5 rounds in a row. They get the force buy going, M80 lock it down with an A-side stack. They start to hit some phenomenal shots. JBA shows what he's capable of here. And it just puts a hurting on this Regain squad that was starting to pick up some steam here. We'll see if this B-side execute goes good. That utility damage from Sin is phenomenal, and he's able to reposition effectively, helped out by Swisher as well. Sin staying in the fray, but caught inside the smoke. Nothing out of Sin on the anchoring. Now this B-site, very vulnerable.
I'm going to get planted here. You're absolutely right. B-site under the control here of Regain, but the guns are very much favorable for M80. However, if you're going to plant a bomb, I see what I'm playing, but you're going to plant a bomb site here on this Mirage, then and you have only pistols, it's the best one to choose is B. Well, JBA going to take care of business on to Fuzenko. 4v3. Spam going to go through. And yeah, they're retaking it pretty darn well. Great trades, great spacing. Dirk, the last one standing, could fend them off. In fact, just with his Glock, he's gonna get the kill! Oh no, Lake's going for the stick. Is he gonna find it? He gets the shots. Is there still time? Yes, there is. I think Lake has it. Yes, he does. With half a second to spare, not even, maybe 0.02 seconds, he gets the defusal. 9-6 for M80.
Wow, coming down to the wire right there. But able to deliver. Nice attempt from Dark that makes it happen with the clock only. I mean, he sacrificed a little bit for his squad, but Lake just has enough time to stick that defuse there. And Regain putting some serious pressure with that force bind. Could have had an opportunity to bounce right back. Just missed it. So Lake saved by the belt. M80 get 2 in a row. Let's see another Deagle buy come through. They've taken a liking to these. Show that they can do some damage here. JBA, the perfect weapon, and caught by surprise. Back turn, not expecting the smoke push. Perfect timing out of this Regain squad. Nothing out of the up here except for some damage, so they're taking control.
That is a really nice execute. I don't know if they're going to win the round, but I like the way they approached that. You know, they caught JBA napping a little bit on that. Overlooking CT, though, is not great as the bomb gets planted, but they got no bodies left. Everyone's dead. So, I mean, great initial push by Regain. like I was mentioning, out of Palace and out of ramp to at least catch JBA off and gain the space into the site. But afterwards, I mean, you just don't have the firepower for a sustained fight and to watch all the angles, and eventually they get overloaded.
Yeah, nice damage being done there. I like the idea, as you said. Well put together execution, catching them by surprise. Not a lot to lose in a round like that.
Yeah.
So making some risky moves like pushing through that smoke without any util,
That
can occasionally catch you off guard.
Yeah, that's the biggest issue, though. I didn't mention it, but you did, like, no util, right? So, and in post-plant situations, that just doesn't allow you to have any comfort.
Set up their next gun round for success at the very least here, and a lot of mid control being taken here. Regain are speeding things up a notch. Turning up the heat to 10 here. That's what they've been showing these last couple rounds, and it's been effective at catching them by surprise. They're already up connector right now. So no hesitation out of this Regain squad. Is going to find them access here. Looking for the multis. JBA, he delivers again. Now Lake flying through the molly, taking some damage, sacrificing his life for the positioning here, and he might need it because his teammates continue to fall, but he's got himself into such a nasty position if they want to continue their efforts in towards this A side.
Regain really need this round. I mean, this is a prime opportunity for them. 2v2. Oh my goodness, they don't
Okay.
clear underneath balcony! No! Oh, the freest of free frags for Lake. Marakeev, last one standing, the nade goes out. Only a little bit of damage towards Lake, and now they know where he is, and they're picturing from 2 different angles. It is done for this round. Lake, the last frag. But that is just such an oversight, Cole. You can't walk onto A and just assume that everything is clear like that, even in a 2v2 situation, and you're just trying to sneak onto the bomb site. You need to check under balcony. It's such a common spot, too. Oh, that's super unfortunate. That's super unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, I love what Lake does right there because, they take down JBA in that under balcony position, and that small window of opportunity to make a move, running through a molly as well, just making that sort of risky play that if it pays off, it pays dividends, and that's what he gets. I mean, it's a winning position right there from Lake that gets the job done. As you said, Regain want to do their due diligence in these rounds, but getting caught surprised.
Even if you already get the fray, you got to
Yeah.
check again, right? You never know. Great play by Lake. I agree with you, though.
Always check twice.
Yes.
Check,
And check again.
double check.
3 times, 4 times, 7 times. No, kidding. All right. Lake, he's got 22 frags. 2 frags per round. That is that's not... 2 frags per winning round. But about 1.5.
There's 2
I think.
frags.
He's got something crazy. Anyway, whatever. I'm tired. JBA gonna get a 2K here immediately, and Slacks. Oh my goodness! Oh, Marakeev just got run down by Lake's AK. Flew to the ground there. Sasha, last one available. Headshot, but nothing more as a nade hits his head, explodes after he dies. Lake doing the damage once more. 24-8. JBA 23-12. Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
this one might be toast.
Yeah, it's looking like it right now. M80. You can see how quickly these kills are flowing through, as you said. You're watching it from Slack's point of view. He's thinking he's done for. His teammates got his back, and it's quick. M80 looking to make a speed run here of this matchup. Hey, if Regain get one more round, though, they break their PP. That's what they're hoping to do. Put a little bit of pressure on this M80 squad. Get an extra round here or there and show some improvement. Especially from that last map. They've shown that here in this one. It's just not going to matter too much when Lake's hitting shots like that. Straight through the smoke.
That's just spamming an angle. That's just spamming an angle through the smoke and just the perfect timing. 5v4 in favor of M80. Fizenko trying to come through. At least they get mid control, but like, look at where M80 are. They're postured in perfect positions to rebuff any type of push towards the A site by Regain. And eventually they're going to actually fade off and kind of readjust themselves, figuring that they've done enough to push back Regain. But I'm not sure that's the case. Like, you see that Regain are still looking around into A, and now it's a little bit softer.
Yeah, I'm interested by that rotate, right? Slacks rotates loud towards A, but there's
that's a good play. Yeah.
re-aggression coming through from Swisher, and they never really fall back and play these passive angles. Even, in the mid to late rounds, they're always pushing for information. They're pushing for more duels right now and pushing for one last fight there. JBA, flushed out by the molly, has to continue his pressure. He'll be dealt with eventually We'll see what Zukar can do. He's fighting boxed in from all different
Jesus.
directions. There is no relief. Left last man standing. He's going to fight his way out of this for a short period of time, but Slacks will put the finishing touches on this one, and M80 will blow past the competition.
Absolutely no surprises here, Cole. I mean, certainly a nice first half recovery by Regain, getting 4 rounds in a row and at least bringing themselves to a 7-5 half. But once we got to the second half, it was more of the same. More of what we saw on Ancient, where M80 is just taking control round after round, not really giving them much room to breathe once they're on their CT side. And JBA looking fantastic, better than I thought he would be on Mirage. Himself and Lake were that dynamic duo that you kind of would hope they would be once JBA was picked up by M80. And I mean, for me, I was looking for opportunities to say, hey, maybe Hex would have done something better in this situation, but there was nothing really. I think JBA delivered as he was expected to.
Yeah. I mean, also just playing so dynamic and so well, it does feel like a much more coordinated team, with a little more time to get your bearings with this roster. And as you said, those conversations that are going to be had after some frustrating losses over there in Miami, being able to bounce back here in this event obviously is a massive priority for this squad, and they're showing that level right now.
Yeah, so I mean, with that, guys, we're pretty much wrapped up here on the B stream. There's still the A stream going on, as far as I'm aware. Boss trying to play up. Who are they playing up against? Now I can't remember. Marsborn, there we go. Yeah, that's a pretty good matchup. We're not even sure. We don't have any updates as to what's happening on that side, but I'm sure it is a good one. So go and head over onto the A stream. That's on fl0m's channel. You can go hop over there on YouTube or Twitch. And of course, we'll be back tomorrow, guys, at 10 a.m. for the next round of matches. We hope to see you then. But until then, hope you guys have enjoyed the show, and we'll see you tomorrow.